Hello and welcome back, everyone. We are here coming off of the absolute bee's knees in the Exploration Age as Himiko playing as Chola, where we got the Quad Golden Age plus Future Tech, Future Civic, which I think technically you can get like every wonder as well or something like this, but we blitzed through the Exploration Age in 38 turns on quick, so we weren't even playing on online speed, which I thought was a pretty good showing here, and we will be going on into the next age where we will be playing as Japan. We'd already kind of taken a look ahead at what we could do in this type of thing, which is why we did not get the experience and stuff from the start age here, but we are going to be playing as Meiji Japan and kind of exploring some of the bonuses that they get, which seem pretty good if you have a lot of coastal stuff going on. But before we do that, we will of course remember to change our mementos, where I don't really think we particularly need Corona Civica. So let's cancel this one. And instead, I think what we are going to do is, it is a little bit attractive to do +1 production per age for suzerains, because I think we are going to have a solid amount of suzerains here. We could also do +1 influence on, no, well, this is kind of a little bit attractive here that we have. +1 in each settlement for each Suz we have also would allow us to grow really nice and tall as the modern age in terms of the math and looking at the stuff. Food gets much better in the modern age relative to the Exploration Age, and so the flat food from Suzing guys is also attractive in this instance. I think that both could be reasonable. I think also the growth rate is kind of okay. Every 10% roughly increases the wall in which food starts being really, really bad by half a pop. So this would represent like 2.5-ish pops, which I think is probably somewhat similar to getting the food here. I think we're going to go for the food and the production per age. We kind of did that with Tecumseh, and it kind of felt pretty good. I'm not sure. Well, the thing with Tecumseh is we had 12 Suzes, and we'd probably have half that here. Which will end up being 18 to 20 food per settlement and production per settlement. But the thing is I don't think the culture per age, I think that this falls off for every effective trade route. I think 6 culture per trade route kind of falls off here. The growth rate is a reasonable one, I think, but I think that we could also go for something like this, which is going to give a Diplo point, which is going to end up getting 3% yield per ally, but I think that this is actually a reasonable shout for us, considering our current situation here. And then we go for a Meiji Japan, which I think is going to feel quite strong, and we are going to use our Golden Age in economics, which is kind of hard to achieve in the Exploration Age. The Golden Age in economics will allow us to keep all the cities as cities, and so what we will do with some of our gold here at the outset is we will upgrade several things that are not cities to cities. And then we had almost everyone a city in the last age, and then because we have so many cities, or we will have so many cities and so few towns, we won't have food feeding in, and so this suzerain strat I think will be fairly strong, despite us probably only getting 4 to 5 suzerains here, maybe 6, something like this. I still think it's good enough because 6 suzerains, getting 3 per age on both production and food is going to represent 18 of both food and production, and I think that that's probably strong enough to justify a memento and end up being stronger than, culture per trade route, or +6 culture per trade route, something like this. Even though that kind of serves us well in the previous age. For Japan, we get adjacency for gold buildings and wonders, of which we do have some unique buildings that are gold buildings, so we will be able to trigger this immediately. And production adjacency for coastal terrain and wonders, also going to play pretty nice. We do have a decent amount of coastal terrain next to a lot of our stuff, and so I think that we're going to be pretty good. We're going to come in and choose legacies. Actually, before we do, we're going to want to upgrade some of our cities to some of our towns to cities. So let's actually go view map. And I think that we want to start with the lowest pop places first. So relatively low pop is here. Relatively low pop here. I think that we do want this as a city, so we're going to convert to city. And then I think we are going to convert this to a city, because that was not a city before. Was it this one that was not a city before? I think this one was a city before. We see all the districts. This one was not a city before. And this is going to get much more expensive later. Probably upgrade this to city, because it will benefit from the coastal requirements of some of these things. Upgrade this to a city. And then this is maybe our final upgrade to a city. I think is maybe kind of okay. We should have upgraded this first. But we could instead buy a settler out of here. I think I like this. And then we take a look, and maybe there's one or two more places we could make into a city. No, not quite looking it. So, not like this. Okay, so I think we can choose our legacies now, and the key one we are going to be choosing is going to be Treasure Fleet Golden Age. All cities remain cities, so this is going to give us quite a leg up in terms of gold. We're going to go for production in distant lands. We are going to, with our remaining one of these military points, go expansionist point, which actually I'm not sure if the expansionist point is too useful for us. We'll take a look at our attributes and take a look at expansionist. Okay, we do want a refund when growing a specialist, so I think that that's going to be good, but that's going to be the last good point that we get. We're probably going to get expansionist points because we're sitting on Japan, which is expansionist, but I think it's expansionist militaristic. Maybe it's science militaristic? Okay, but let's go back to our legacies. We're going to get the expansionist point. In here, we had 18 relics. We could do deep roots. I think we're going to go double diplo point into cultural point. Going to get the economic point with our remaining point. And then we'll give +3 science per quarter. We are probably going to be going for a science victory. So I think we're going to go for 2 science here. And that this will be our selection as far as things go. We don't need to move the capital, because we're going to be keeping our stuff as cities, so we'll click Confirm Legacies, and you will see we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 11, and then I think one more over here. Did we get this one here? We might not have counted this one. 12 cities. So, or 13 cities, rather, which is quite a lot of cities. It costs 600 to upgrade. Did we say 12 cities? So this represents several thousand worth of gold. We still have some towns, and those will be useful for us, but we are going to get to spend our points here. We are going to go for the repeatable culture. We're not going to have a lot of towns, so this won't be particularly useful. We're going to go in diplomatic. Diplomatic's almost certainly going to be where our wild card goes, so we'll actually do that last. We're going to go 5% gold repeatable. I don't think we're going to be able to get +1 gold for every imported resource. Doesn't really scale well this late into the game. 5% is going to represent more for us. We get the refund on specialists, which is going to be good for us. We could go for military support and something like this. I don't think we're going to be capturing cities and pushing things too hard. We're going to go for scientific. We're going to grab another point in scientific here. And then I think for economic, we go for this Diplo +3 towards yields for each alliance you have. We can push that right now. And we will buy it 3 times. So 9% per ally. We're looking to get 2 to 3 allies, which is going to play pretty well for us here. So we can now grow our cities, and we will have a few options here. We can immediately start specialisting, but we have a couple resources that are unused, so we're going to go for these. We will have several growths because the requirements have decreased significantly in terms of how much food is needed to grow. We're going to go for the food first, and then the production. Something like this. Now, we already have a specialist place. We've already gotten most of the resources here. I think we're going to continue to push the specialists, but we're going to have to keep in mind that these buildings are obsolete, and so we want to replace them because the specialist boosts adjacency bonuses. It's going to be nice to push this back up. And so the first buildings we build there are going to have a really, really nice adjacencies. I think we're going to overbuild on our bazaar for the adjacency here. Maybe the adjacency here is not so critical, but this place is going to be insane for gold buildings. So we're going to go for City Park here. Now, we have a little bit of growth, and we have also at least one more resource to get. I think that was the other resource, so I think we could start pushing specialists. We, in particular, want to push specialists that are double adjacent and don't have a sawmill next to it. So City Hall, or see this, has a grist mill. Grist mill is ageless. The ageless buildings aren't going to scale very well with specialists because specialists boost adjacency yields. So we'll push into there. And then coming over here, do we have all the resources from this town at this point in time? We do, it looks like. Unless we're missing something. This is the center. Looks like we've hit everything. Looks like we're working the wonder. So this is City Hall. This is a key. So we don't actually have a very good place to use our additional points. So I think we might work this forest or a mountain. This forest looks a little bit better. And then I guess it's the mountain now. And we get a narrative choice. We are going to try and evaluate which of these things we need more. I think we're going to go steam engine first. We want to unlock the merchant. We do synergize with trade. Do that, and then here we want to go I think natural history in order to block other people. We are going to be going for a science victory, but I guess we could do culture victory if it just seems like it's going to be way faster. So we're going to go science or culture rather right away here to unlock another buyable. Now Axum, we don't really hate the grocer, except we kind of do. Let's see where we can build it and what we would be building over, what we'd be crushing. We can get a little bit more growth with the grocer. It's mainly the shift of the age that's going to give us more growth. And overall, we think that happiness is a much stronger yield. But it is 5 more. And if we're... Let's actually check and see how far we are from... Well, we're going to have to do that, but I meant how far we are from a celebration. So we're 2 turns from a celebration. So we're probably going to have several consecutive celebrations, at which point the happiness won't be all that useful in an immediate sense. I think we are kind of okay building this over the saw pit, which is also going to yield us a little bit of the other stuff. All right. Let's see what this does. Commando ability. Can attack through cliffs. Do we really have to do it like that? Interesting. Oh, he does have more points, doesn't he? This guy was doing work last age. We have to choose a government. I think we go culture science. Gold for adjacent to coast is probably going to scale relatively well. A lot of our things have water buildings. Culture on gold buildings is going to be immediate in useful in an immediate sense because we have gold buildings from previous age. I think we're going to have more resources on the coast though. Hey Renee, how's it going? So let's do some of that there. And we'll come in here. We are generally going to be biased a little bit towards City Park. more so than the other options. This does give us an adjacency here. This town is relatively, or this city is relatively young though, so it could benefit a little bit more from growth than average. So I think we'll actually build that there. And then here we might go City Park, which has adjacency bonus for Natural Wonder, which is going to be nice for this place because we do have kind of double Natural Wonder. Forget if we get the adjacency bonus, any special adjacency bonuses for specialists on the city center. If there are, we maybe want to have this out one. The triple resource spot here is going to play pretty nice. Actually, we need to keep this available for our unique building. Actually, maybe we can build one here. Goyd, did you have a date night? No, I did not. No date night tonight. I think we build this here. How about you? Did you get home from a date night? Let's build probably... In here we have a potential on oil rig, mine. What do we want for production here? Sawmill is a little bit attractive. We can build it over the grist mill. I think we're a fan. Generally valuing production. We have a grocer here. Or City Park. What's the current pop of this thing? 16. Well, we have a nice tile there for the City Park right up here. With the double mountain adjacency. That can get a mine though, and this can get a farm with the double mountain adjacency. But again, that's not going to kick in and be that good that early. So we're going to overbuild. We're going to build over on this. Mainly because we are going to golden pretty quick here anyways. We see we're minus happiness here. So we do want to build a city park in here. And we want to, if we can, purchase a building. We can't purchase a building. Yikes. Because we want to lock this in before the little bit of misspend in terms of our gold. Wagwan. Interesting. Misspend in terms of our gold because we could have locked this in, and now I think we're not going to get it. I think we just go here on the City Hall. Builds over the pavilion, but this is going to give us a very solid amount of happiness and get rid of the pavilion. Where can we sawmill even? Okay, we could sawmill there. I mean, I guess. We'll hit this production tile back here. Played Anno 1800. Ooh, very nice. We played a little bit of that before, not on stream or anything. So this tile is insane. And it's going to be a while until we hit 2 culture buildings. It has adjacencies to 2 mountains and I think 1 wonder here. And it already has specialists in there. So I actually don't mind doing this into a museum here. I think that'll be good. We do have big positive happiness here. And Maste has overall not had a lot of food. So I think we're going to look to... build in here. The altar's obsolete. The altar's not going to be very good. I think we're going to crush the altar here. Which is giving us negative happiness. Get a little bit more food in there. More politics, yes. Yes. Uh-oh. People just coming for the politics stream? I don't know. I think we're okay building over the hospital here. The hospital is giving us flat food, actually, a decent amount. It just has maintenance. Quite a bit of maintenance. Actually, yeah, maybe we like crushing the hospital here. Ever wonder why Trump seems to have infinite money for Israel? It's politically popular in the U.S. on the net. Maybe 60% of Democrats, 70 support Palestine really strongly. Nearly all Republicans prefer supporting Israel. So politically, it's, well, I don't think it's entirely political expedience, but it also is political expedience. I think we're gonna go grocer here as well. We've done that gambit quite a few times here, but we're gonna build over the monument. The monument actually is kind of okay. Let's build over this instead. The monument is okay because right now it is giving a little bit of influence, so that's gonna be good for us. Let's turn on yields. And then you can go gristmill or grocer. Grocer is going to be more efficient per construction. We don't really have much good adjacencies here. I think we like it on the sawmill. By the way, if an entire continent cannot defend itself with its own budget, maybe it should reconsider its political direction and not go begging for money. Man, you're just going after it, Barnell. What's your channel activity look like? Just opening up with the controversial politics stuff. Interesting. We have this really good tile here. Our reasoning for going kiln before is probably okay. Or doing this before when we did this over here, in that we're not going to get a second culture building really soon, is probably reasonable. Uxmal we will try and rectify with some of this. So we have kind of, this is the most tedious part of the entire game, modern era assigning resources. But I don't think it's about continents. I think looking at things from the perspective of continents is a bit insipid. It's about ideology and community and shared values. And Europe, generally speaking, has shared values with the United States. It's not like looking at it from a continental perspective is just like deciding to frame things in a particular way to achieve a particular outcome, I think. So these are way better in the capital, so let's come to Axum, and then why don't we put in one of these for a capital. And then the culture is capital only, so we'll put in 3 culture ones here. And then we've spent kind of all of our capital ones. Yeah, I wonder why it's so popular. This is going to be some sort of deep state, the Jews are controlling everything conspiracy here. I can smell it from a mile away. Maybe because they're a certain very small group that has very disproportionate amount of power all over the world. Yep. Not just that they were being scapegoated all throughout history, and it's just a convenient continuation of this. This place doesn't have very much food, so we're going to go for this. And also get a little bit of happiness in there. I'm starting to think Barnell may be our deer ban avoider. Because it's not that we were talking about this stuff already. He just entered and immediately started talking about it. Doesn't have too many instances of chatting. This we're looking to solve the happiness here. Although, to be fair, maybe we're giving too much. We should kind of get this place a little bit over this, maybe. Uxmal gives a horse, and the horse alone can kind of help them out. I think we want to give them a little bit of food. And then our places that have like the absolute least food, we want to try and get a little bit food on. So that's a town, and it's not connected. Okay, fair enough. You caught me. 25 up to 24. Let's get this up to 30. This is still a town. Let's get it up. Kole, let's get it up. And Sabas, let's get it up. Okay, so that's all of those resources invested. Trump has misguided Putin. I think that Putin is the one doing the guiding, but Europe is a fake continent anyways. Yeah, this is also true. It should just be Eurasia. It's just kind of one continent. Alright, so cities without a lot of construction. So any city with under 30 construction, we'll try and hit with a little bit of extra construction here. Trying to use our most efficient stuff on our weakest cities. We see that this is a town, not a city. Duelis is on the weaker side, so I guess anything that's under 40 is going to get a little bit of help. Here. Oop, that was the wrong one. It's probably, well, we don't necessarily need the happiness there. So, kind of lower-ish food count. Also Kole, lower-ish food count. Here, lower-ish food count. Lower, not lower-ish food count, not really anymore. Is NATO important to U.S. security? Yeah. We literally voted that woke shit out. Europe can have its gender, queer, climate neutral, gay activists abandoning their kids. U.S. rejected that. Some of the U.S. rejected that. I also think it's kind of an oversimplification of things. We do have to get stuff in towns if it's going to be in towns, and I think that the happiness and food guys will play relatively good in towns because production in the towns isn't very good. So we'll look and see if we can do that into the towns, remaining towns we have. We have done that. So now we have a few more things to send in. So the +3 production place things, we'll invest all these first. I think that this city overall is a little bit weak on some of this stuff. And we'll give it some of this. Let's give you guys production instead. I think this is just straight up happiness, just the happiness on the horses. Ooh, yikes. This is still negative happiness, so let's get this out and swap this for this. And then we have just a nice big fat plus food. We can put it in here. So, this has a lot of potentials. Not a lot of food. I think we'll put the truffles in there. And a couple of these. But you have not been a long time chatter, Barnell. You're just coming in and immediately starting arguments. If Article 5 is invoked in any serious way, you know it will, it'll be a you-know-what war. YouTube won't let me write it. Get enough no weapons. Don't need France's help for that. A big point is deterrence and not letting chaos happen so that we can trade with people. We don't have rail stations, but we'll slot in these things. They don't need happiness. We'll throw them a little bit of production. They don't have that much. And I think that's all of our slots because this town can't take anything. We are going to need to in that town buy a, at some point, connection to the ocean, or a trader to be able to connect up into here. Oh, so you're saying the majority opinion should not be respected in a democracy? Well, one of the reasons I said it was more complicated is because in the United States only roughly a third of people vote, so it doesn't necessarily represent the majority of opinion, just the majority of voters, which, to be fair, if you want something changed, you should just vote. So, or you want something to be a particular way. If you don't vote, I don't think you should complain too much about what shakes out in these types of things, but there's a little bit of complexity there. So this will just straight up get a ton of resources right here, and leave the southern one upwind pretty well for an even further settle, which I think is going to be relatively good. We'll gather adjacent army and put this guy on sleep. I was literally here earlier today. Yeah, but that's the only time you've been present. And we do have, like, regardless of what you're saying or this type of thing, we do have a problem with a recurring band evader who just comes into the chat and immediately starts to try and start substantive arguments. Doesn't really argue in good faith, just tries to kick up the craziest argument possible, and they generally lead with super provoking questions, which is how you initiated the conversation earlier. Ever wonder if why Trump seems to have infinite money for Israel? So while you have an account that has a different age than what most of this accounts this guy's been using, the MO is exactly the same. And so, and for the people who are here for civilization, which admittedly, I don't know what percentage of people want to hear politics versus want to hear focus on civilization, your presence is generally disruptive. But, I mean, if someone is in good faith disagreeing with me, I don't necessarily have a problem engaging them in conversation, this type of thing. It's not that I think I'm going to convince you of something. I think that seems pretty unlikely, but we'll send these guys over to Axum here. I mean, we'll fortify this guy up. 0 units. But we do have the commander. Maybe we send this over to this place, in case things get a little weird. This is going to be the hardest to support city. Something like this. We don't share values with Europe anymore. Soon Europe will be Islamist theocratic anyways, before it'll be central. We'd reject both. The majority of the USA did what you say is the opposite. I mean, that's just basically not true. If you like free speech and democracy, this is like where it's happening. It is happening in the West and in Europe. Seems like a wild jump to US democracy over Jones pointing out differing perspectives on woke shit. No, he's just trying to, I think, be as inflammatory as possible. So, we're considering +6 culture on natural wonders is actually going to give us a ton right now. Because we're working like, I think we're working 7 natural wonder tiles. So, take a look, we're at 453. Just kidding. We went down. We will support everything, because we do have the free support. And we also need to think about... Oh. We can sue some of these guys. We have a discount on Susan, guys. And if we go here, if we settle like here or here, it's actually going to be a ton of resources. There's a ton of resources in here, and there's room for buildings. So a settle here is maybe not so bad. It is going to upset that guy. So maybe come down, and let's buy ourselves a courier. And then this guy we maybe try and convert over. The city's in an excellent place, so we could seize these guys, followed by doing whatever. And we, again, have a seizing focus strategy here. These guys are likely very, very safe. Muscat is likely very safe. Bukhara is not ours anyways, or is not going to be ours. Addis Abra is probably going to be potentially a risky one. Munich is going to maybe get taken out. This place, we do want to actually body block for, so we're actually going to bring this back this way. And we're not going to need to buy another thing, but we'll keep that in mind. Also interesting how Europe is super anti-free speech now. Europe is not anti-free speech relative to Russia, where the people who speak out against Putin fall out of windows. So, this is a... the state media is controlled, and people who oppose the government and speak out against the government find their way out of windows. Which is, the power you are defending is far less free speech than Europe, which is less free speech than the US, generally speaking, but is still more in the same vein. I think we're going to enjoy these guys, this one a little bit more. Dogo Osen is bugged, so I think that we won't build it, or we'll build it and abuse the bug. We can build it and abuse the bug. If we built it and abused the bug, though, we should not have gotten the card that we wanted to go. Plus extra production from specialists is also going to play quite nicely for us. But I think we're going to go for our civics now that we have natural history. And we'll peel a turn off. Were you the guy complaining about my conspiracy theories earlier? Me? Trump didn't get a majority anyways? Well, I think he did. Just a narrow one. But if I'm not mistaken, he did. I could be mistaken. Clean-shaven generalist jump scare. Hey, alien, welcome to the stream. Isn't pacifism molestive to value? Interesting how that always changes once it's not benefiting them anymore. No, the West, and the United States specifically, intervened when Kuwait was invaded. Which, because the context of this, for those of you who don't know, this guy's kind of arguing that the West has fallen. It's not really the West. America should mind its own business and kind of keep out of Ukraine. But just to remind you, in terms of the pacifism, what the West has kind of done historically, or what the United States has done historically, is when Kuwait was invaded, the United States put a stop to it. When Milosevic invaded... I always get these... Balkan countries. But Milosevic, I forget which country he did invade. Yugoslavia? Or Bosnia? But in either case, NATO put an end to that as well under Clinton. It was H.W. Bush for Hussein. And so both the instances where foreign powers have been invaded for the purpose of annexation, before Putin, the United States has massively intervened. Elon is exposing this hardcore. Elon is hardly a poster child for free speech. Elon is a fan of Elon's speech, and not much else. So that's going to give us a lot of culture there. Look up Robert Habeck. He is the German president and literally mass arresting people for criticizing the government. Ever hear Trump do that? Trump would do that if he thought he could get away with it. He's complained about the fake news forever. He thinks that the news should be punished and persecuted specifically. Trump is actually an awful example of someone who is pro-free speech. He complains about the media and he doesn't believe in a free and fair press. And he would get rid of them all in a heartbeat if he thought he could get away with it. So, I think the most important ones for us to seize are going to be the science ones if we're going to push for a science victory. So we'll push these guys next. We're going to be trying to push a lot of these guys, because a reminder here, for those of you who are less here for the politics, for our mementos, we did go for plus food per age and plus production per age per city-state you are a suz of. So we do want to specifically be focused right now on suzing people and defending various countries from getting, or various city-state kind of groups from getting thwacked, which is why we went for a courier out of here. Marrakesh, we are probably going to be able to defend. We're just kind of taking a look around and trying to see who we can body block for and who is also next to a very large body of enemy troops. So like Bukhara, for example, is probably not going to be very defensible. We'll actually kind of come on up, though, and try and see if we can unload near Bukhara. Bukhara is especially not defensible because we also... Here, we'll put these guys in towards Muscat. Bukhara is also not going to be that defensible because they're hostile towards us, which these guys are not. So, I think Trump tries to purposely confuse voters. Yes. No offense, have you been to Russia? Why trust the super biased media about anything? Yeah, so I generally have a mistrust of the media, and media has a lot of biases, specifically towards sensationalism. But if you talk about the media where the companies that run the media, and the media is either state-owned or run by oligarchs that kowtow to Putin, you could look up Vladimir Guzinsky if you want. Putin, when he first took power, seized Guzinsky's media power, or media company, under the pretext that he was an oligarch that was looting the nation. And he did this and consolidated various powers all throughout. Did Guzinsky, or did Putin. Are these guys connected to our... No, they're not connected to our stuff yet. We are going to buy a grocer here, because this is going to make the town grow more, and also to lock in tiles that are... Oh, no, wait. They cannot grow in such a way to deny us tiles. Never mind. We're not going to buy... Well... We're not going to buy anything here. So, we are currently suzing them. I think we're going to suz these guys next. If there was a cultural suz, we would go for it, but there's no cultural one that we see. Oh no, wait, just kidding, these guys. We probably should have gone for one of those. I don't think we get civic boost per guy, though, in this age. I'm gonna look to grab horses, just generally. Not gonna have the best settles here. Maybe down here. We're gonna ally up with this guy. No, he got under 50%. Harris got just slightly less than that. This is news to me. I'd have to look it up. I mean, we think that they're gonna take out these guys, though. And that's a very probable thing. In fact, we could even take out these guys. Not saying we want to. If we do, that settler's gonna be pretty good. And here's just kind of a narrow one. I'm not gonna get in trouble if I say anything more explicit, but if the West didn't intervene mid-last century, maybe things wouldn't be as bad as they would have been. You saying in Kuwait? With Milosevic? See, I can't say that freely. It doesn't seem that way. Yeah, I mean, our speech... YouTube is a private company that is choosing how to regulate speech how it wants. You're conflating, like, this with, like, Putin, who's throwing people out of windows, and you're like, look, see? The West is just as bad, too. And it's a deflection. It is a real classic of Russian propaganda is both are bad, so it's just a wash. Or the West is just as bad, when in reality, like, the impositions on democracy and freedom of speech and free press are just enormously worse in Russia. There were people who got arrested for holding up blank signs in Russia. And there's, like, video of this. You can look it up if you are interested. I don't think you are. I don't think truth-seeking is very much the point for you as much as narrative pushing. So... Ravenna is maybe going to be how things get attacked. Politics is way more compelling than the state of Civ. This might be true, but... No, this might be true. I'm a little bit like a broken record here, though. I feel. We can buy merchants, though. We can get started on some trade routes. And we could get started on some trade routes, specifically to make people happier with us overall. We're going to see if this guy is still friendly towards Xerxes. If he is, we're not going to try and do anything. We're not going to try and do anything, because we know that they're going to ally eventually. But Ibn, if we're going to settle on top of him, which we might, we do want to get some positive vibes in the chat for Ibn. And we're going to do that with merchants here. So this one's going to come down to here, I think. And then this one, in terms of Ibn, is going to come down to here? Or in this direction? Not to that guy specifically. I feel like I'm getting gish glopped all over whataboutism here. Yeah, no, this is 100% it. The man doesn't want to defend Putin or talk about Putin. He wants to deflect and talk about the West. But the entire motivation for all of his discussion is entirely, like, this type of thing. So, yeah. You are correct to point that out. This is the means by which these arguments happen. We don't need that yet. We don't have a ton of specialists. We're going to go for unlocking our unique building. And we're going to start going after this. This does want to be on a coast, specifically. And hit coastal tiles. The guild house is really useful kind of at the outset here. This gets coastal terrain. This one gets wonder and gold adjacencies. So this being a gold adjacency, I think makes us want to overbuild over here, and we'll remove the gold hall, but the guild hall is going to be a little bit worse. I think we come in here as our kind of only coastal place, but also this is going to allow us to grow and instead swap onto a better resource, so that's going to be good. We don't have factories yet, so we can't do anything. You're talking pre-Cold War, buddy? Bro, like, you're making arguments about now, and now you're shifting back. Talking I ain't your buddy, pal. I ain't your pal, chief. I'm not your friend, guy. Bukhara, we're interested in knowing whether or not anyone's going after them. Let's actually come back this way. Mass arrests is ridiculous exaggeration. As far as I know, legally went after a couple people who insulted him online, and definitely a little thin-skinned for a politician, but arrested no one. Also, he's not the German president, just a minister. Yeah, I don't know the specifics about what this guy is referring to. I do know that Putin has definitely arrested people he's disagreed with. But I don't know as much about this guy, the German guy, so I would hesitate to comment on it. But it is definitely a what about / change the subject type of approach that's being kind of laid down here. What about this guy? And then, yeah, it's classic. Actually, up here, I think we want to city one of this. 670. Is it 670 up here as well? It is 670. We're gonna invert. And we're gonna build a museum right here. And then, because we do want to get moving towards a museum in every continent. And this town will upgrade next and put a museum up against the mountains, I think. Yeah, maybe we should have gotten museums before our unique building. I'm not entirely sure. So you're saying if more people voted, Trump wouldn't be office? Why didn't they vote for Kamala then? Well, you know, a big part of the gain that Trump made was actually people who voted for Biden before, but then didn't vote afterwards. So that wasn't what I'm saying, but I also think that that's true. That if more people voted, just of the people who didn't vote, they're more likely to support Kamala Harris than Donald Trump. Would be my guess. Although I'd be willing to accept data to the contrary on this opinion. I'm not like, I would not assert that aggressively. That would be my opinion. Because voting isn't compulsory in America, and general enfranchisement is not encouraged. Radicalism disproportionately represented in American democracy as a result. Yeah, so if there was someone who is like super far left radical, they would also get a higher percentage of the votes as well. As a proportion, relative to the population as a whole, the way that they would vote. So we could always trade with this guy for the double resource. Listen, I don't care about Putin. What I care about is the USA, as should every citizen in the country. You absolutely care about Putin, because you were talking about this earlier, and this is why the conversation started. I mean, we could go and see what your chat logs were. Yeah, so your first comment on the previous stream was just ripping on Zelensky. Zelensky literally called the vice president of the most powerful country in the world a bitch straight to his face on damn TV. Kind of just a mispronunciation of, like, suka, but okay. You know, suka can be translated as bitch, but it also can be translated as, like, god damn it, or, like, what the fuck. So, kind of a mistranslation at the start here. Oh no, wait, this is this stream. Because Bernie Sanders has always been hugely successful. Let's see what he started on the other one. So are you in support of Trump in Gaza? This is the immediate, or is that the oldest message? Right, so your first thing, who placed, at least Trump and Vance are total cokeheads, is how you opened on the last stream. Who placed sanctions on Russia? No need for gas to get expensive, that's our fault. So the like very second point you make is regarding Putin, that he should not be sanctioned in the last stream. And then you complain about Zelensky being unpopular. So this like narrative that you don't give a shit about, that this is completely tangential or unrelated to Putin is just like false. Like, it's just a lie. Keeping Europe military dependent on the U.S. was deliberate U.S. policy for decades. Getting upset about it now is a bit weird and hypocritical. Yeah, I mean, I guess, like, I mean, to some extent I had hoped that the U.S. could rely on the U.S., but I suppose that is incorrect at this point, which is unfortunate. I think we're going to go for a museum here, because we have a really nice spot here. This says more yields, but this is just because we have specialists there. This is the better spot. The MAGA rhetoric promotes distrust in government. Yeah, this is another thing. Another one. This is going to be a fairly nice square for this. Going to have adjacencies here. Going to be adjacent to a unique gold building that's not going away. So we'll do that. We will have one of these guys come out, and then we will move them into position to block, but I think that Bukhara is just not going to make it. We'll befriend these guys. And I suppose we'll take a look, see what's going on up here. But if these two guys get taken out, then, yeah, it's a vibe. But it sounds like you're just, you're not being genuine or consistent regarding your stuff. So, I think either you're trying to push a particular narrative, or you're just trying to troll. Because you absolutely are talking and thinking about Putin. In terms of what your perspective is. As a popular candidate, my understanding is yes. He's not popular as a Democratic candidate. Yeah, technically he's not even a Democrat. And he has been, relatively speaking, successful. It's because sanctions on Russia are not in the U.S. interest. Yeah, if a geopolitical enemy is going to act as a bad actor and is going to have hacking attacks on your nation and is going to undermine your nation's stability, you should absolutely respond in some sort of substantive way. It is in their interest. Foreign policy isn't about virtue signaling, it's about getting the best for your country. I am being genuine. Could we possibly read you as just being of the opinion? Let's think about that for a second. Could we read you as just being completely and utterly America firsty? And thinking that what happens in Europe just doesn't matter? I mean, when Ukraine gets invaded, grain prices shoot up. I think we talked about this before. And then you seem to think that that wasn't the case, or you, like, mentioned soybeans or something, and that's not how, what is it, commodities work. When you increase the price of a commodity in one place, you increase the price of the commodity everywhere. So, I mean, I think, I guess the most generous interpretation is you don't understand how everything's, like, interconnected, and we can't just, like, stick our head in the sand. And also, letting Russia abuse America over and over and over the course of the last 10 years and doing nothing about it is not good for America. And Putin's not good for America. And there's nothing, I don't think I recall you saying anything that was negative about Putin or getting upset with Putin for having started this war, which it definitely would have been better for America if he never started the war to begin with. So, I mean, we could look back over your chat in the previous thing. You say you don't care what happens to Europe, but you talk almost entirely about Europe. So, but I don't know. We could leave your fate up to chat. The thing is, you're just, like, unprompted, literally bringing up this entire discussion, which is mainly the reason, because we weren't talking about this before you got here, why I think you're either pushing a narrative or operating in bad faith. Tell me one bad thing Trump did that damaged the lives of U.S. citizens. Is this this feels like a troll question rather than like a genuine type of question. Like one bad thing that he did. January 6th was pretty bad. It was very disruptive. It's maybe not the type of thing that you're looking for, though. It's almost certainly not the type of thing you're looking for. I think that he increased the deficit more than any other president by a really significant margin, and that's bad. And he did it with tax cuts that only positively affected the like upper rung people in terms of like 90% of the cut went to like the top 1 to 5% of people or some insane statistic like that. I don't know the exact numbers, but it's of that nature, and I think that that's bad for the American people writ large. It's good for billionaires, but that's more of an economics question and kind of regarding whether or not trickle-down economics works, which it doesn't. You know, I think he's in the process of looting the country. You want to talk about what he's done bad for Americans, like specifically on an individual level, the shilling a meme coin and a bunch of like ridiculous things is not good for Americans. I don't think he cares about Americans writ large. We'll get some production tiles. A +6 happiness. Kind of going to be relatively good. We don't have a better production tile than this, or we could do this. What do we value more? Well, this also has a science on it. Let's go with that. He sounds like a troll. Yeah, I'm thinking he's a troll. They wouldn't have increased as much if the invasion ended quickly. The invasion, like if Ukraine just rolled over. Yeah, this is kind of an insipid line of thinking. We're gonna go here so that we can go after the Bayeas. Those whales. Do we already have cooking on this continent? Let's look at the continent view. We don't have a city in this northern continent, unfortunately. In terms of doing research for the stuff. But I guess we're gonna do this. We're gonna benefit from being next to... oh, we already have that built. Wait, what? Being here, I think, will be relatively good. So I think we'll do it here. Kind of a nice opener, it feels like, with these guys. We still want these guys to grow. I think we're going to make them a fishing town, though. I feel like growth still happens, but it will happen off the back of our cards. And then as a fishing town, because they'll feed quite a bit of food out this way. So we have decent, like, sub-10 growth timers in here. Or, well, they're more like mid-teens. Kind of okay-ish. We're not going to build over the keys, so we're going to come here. With our gold building here. Who is the president who started that? I'm glad you asked. President Vladimir Putin. The classic, like, whataboutism and, like, trying to blame anyone but Putin for things. Yeah, that one's not connected. We will be able to go for alliance here. I think that this guy's more likely to get upset with us, so we're going to look to do Friend of Way with him in the near-ish future. I don't know if we do it kind of immediate or not. Just trying to get an eye on if these guys are getting sieged down and how things are. We do have an interesting decision point whether or not we want to settle here. I think since we just allied Ibn, we settle. And we grab the resources. We grab the bag, chat. Because he can't do anything about it, we're going to get more settlement limit. I think this will be fine. Okay, so Bukhara's just done. There's no saving this. So we are going to come back and look to make sure that Muscat doesn't fall. As does the other stuff on this continent. So we'll come back this way. And then these guys we can just fortify up. And if we completely surround Muscat, Muscat can't fall, so there's no need to befriend them, or we'll befriend them last because they're 100% safe. I think we will move this guy up just to play defense here. I don't talk about Putin because I don't care about Putin. I think he's doing a better job than most of the... I says I don't talk about Putin, then immediately starts complimenting Putin. Most of the best Western European governments, but that's my opinion, don't go further than that. Sounds like a troll. I'm reading this up because you're agitating for an escalation in a war we have no business to... Just to be clear, the person who is escalating, this war could end at any moment if Putin just wants to leave. So this notion that what the West does in response to being invaded is a provocation and an escalation is entirely a Russian propagandist line. I guess we're ignoring the mishandling of the early stages of COVID-19 pandemic, which absolutely resulted in deaths. That's also a good one. You don't have an answer to a question, be like, is that a troll question? Is literally pathetic. I mean, the most obvious answer to the question, to me in my mind right now, is abandoning Ukraine, but I know 100% you won't accept that as type of a legitimate answer. In my mind, that's, the really important thing. I think turning over, the reins to, Elon Musk to, do whatever the fuck he's doing is, also just an incredibly bad idea, but that's, not the... That's not the type of answer you're looking for. You're looking for some sort of weird American firsty type of narrative, and I'm trying to meet you where you are, right? Because we're very divergent in values. You're not going to... In order to have proper dialogue with someone, you generally don't want to just, shove your perspective down their throat as much as you want to try and have at least some space in between where you share agreements and values. And so I'm trying to think of something in particular in terms of shared values that you might find upsetting, which is to take you somewhat seriously, which I think is probably the actual error I'm committing is I think probably taking you seriously. Or trying to give you a type of answer that you might be satisfied with.
Knowledge will be sought through the whole world to strengthen the foundation of imperial...
Our economy is the best under Trump, as it has been for a long time. Well, it's going down right now, and he inherited an absolutely stellar economy from Biden, or not stellar, an improving economy from Biden, because inflation was going down very consistently over time, and employment was relatively high, although people, in terms of being able to purchasing power, it was pretty shit, but it was definitely improving. And that was largely off the back of COVID, of which neither Biden nor Trump are to blame, but he also inherited a pretty good situation from Biden. Also, his Fed, which, to be fair, might not be something he's responsible for, so it's maybe not the most fair comparison, but the Fed under Trump was pretty ridiculous. Reduced the interest rate to 0%. So when you try and stimulate the economy, right, by reducing interest rates, this is a common way to stimulate the economy. When you do it in a time when there's economy's not hurting, what this does is it stimulates the country, sure, but it removes fiscal policy as a method by which you can help to, help out the economy. Which is why when COVID hit, there was no just reduce interest rates in order to stimulate the economy, which is kind of what necessitated. Also, in terms of you're probably anti-handout. A huge chunk of the big money handouts directly happened under Trump. Not that I have a problem with them, but they did happen there. Oh, that's going to play nice for us right now, because we are going to be able to soothe up the dudes. Soothe the dudes. We're befriending this guy right now. Marrakesh, I think we can come for. Why don't we get with this guy because we settled near him, see if we can get Friend of Way, which is going to help him out and help us out, and then befriend this independent as well. And then we're going to start popping off really hard, have a ton of food in production, and just go super hard into the specialists. Something like this. On what grounds is Barnell is the economy better than it's been for a long time? Look how it was in his first term. Then Biden came in and tore it all down. It's classic blaming Biden for the inflation that happened that was very clearly the result of the pandemic is just hyper missing the point. It's possible he could have handled it better, but the U.S. Had better inflation rate than all the other G7 countries. Although you can make the argument this is because they have like the reserve currency and there's like some nuance to unpack there. But it's not fair to compare like the U.S.'s economy to previous U.S. economies. You instead have to compare it to other like something reasonable given like what's going on in the context of the world in terms of the pandemic. And that's not really what you want to do. You just want to be like, inflation was so high. And yeah, it was, but it was going to be high no matter what. No country dodged high inflation. So, we're going to look to get ideology here. I'm not sure if we go communist. We probably do. Let's see. These guys aren't going to have any adjacencies on this, but it's fortunate we can build both of these. They're going to benefit from adjacencies to science buildings and wonders, so I guess just right next to the wonder might be okay. Or, sorry, gold buildings and wonders. So something like that, and then let's do that. I forget what we get for completing the quarter, actually. +1 gold in production on buildings in adjacent districts. Oh, fantastic. So just placing that like in the middle here is actually going to play pretty nice. Farmers always pretend like 2020 wasn't a part of his first term. Yeah, they act like... Yeah, if you look at where Trump actually left the economy in, which is the same type of like disingenuous way of looking at things that we very commonly see, where he left the economy is actually just like completely in shambles. And it was because of COVID. It wasn't like hard in response to like him. We're actually gonna buy ourselves a scout, but this isn't the way they like to ignore. They like to act like COVID is a factor when it is Trump that's being evaluated. They like to act like it's not when Biden's being evaluated. It's like it's a disingenuous way of like looking at it. My beef with Biden is definitely regarding. I think he should have been tougher on Putin. And he wasn't. But certainly Trump's not coming in here and being tough on Putin because he's not being tough on Putin. He's giving Putin the bag and he's calling his enemy the dictator, and Putin's just loving it right now. But I very much think that you're the troll that just keeps man evading. And so I think I'm inclined to get rid of you here. Because you're not actually trying to have a discussion, I don't think. Maybe we hold off on the poll. I don't know. Maybe chat can kind of decide what they think should happen. I don't really have a strong opinion one way or the other. Well, I mean, I have some kind of opinion. It's just not very strong. The food is going to be kind of nice in some of our settlements. Oh, we can... That created a connection, because was it because we bought the city there? Interesting. Oh, we should have put food in here in this town. That would have played really nice. I think that food is like really, really strong early on. We could go gristmill here. That would be reasonable. Grocer would also be reasonable, but gristmill gives us just as much right now. So we'll go gristmill in here. And now we have a 1-turn growth instead of a 2-turn growth. So it looks like Tashkent is maybe not going to make it, but we can try to ensure that this other one makes it. If we just look to body block. Body blocking is a little bit hard. Maybe we look to get Munich, because we can body block from Munich. Something like this. We're literally supporting a terrorist state invading another country right now. That's one thing I don't support Trump in. Yeah, I mean, I don't support that either. So, I mean, to the extent that I think that support's bad, you could use that as an example to answer your previous question. I don't think that's the type of answer you were looking for, though. Or I feel. Trump tax cuts didn't help out Joe. Trump didn't care about trade deficits. Trump doesn't care about trade. Trump either loves lying to people or just doesn't understand them. How trade deficits work. Or how tariffs work. And also trade deficits, so... I'm really not sure what's the case in that regard. Yeah, so this place is going to be one of our better spots for growth. I think that we wanted to turn this into a city here. And then now we can get, oh, we don't want to put specialists here yet. Actually, what continents is this on? If this is on... I mean, I guess we're gonna get the happiness science here. Why do we have so many growths here? What the hell? We're having a discussion and you're losing it? No, you just keep changing the subject. YouTube chat was a mistake, basically. I can tell the difference between this troll and others. I'm in favor of getting rid of the anti-Semitic bad evading troll. Sabian, you're losing it. Yeah. Let's vote. Alright, let's put the vote in. I do think it's the same troll, because the MO has been exactly the same. Just, first statement is immediately starting an argument, and they don't have any other chat on the channel other than this. And we're a little bit over it. Because I don't think that this person is interested in having an actual discussion, but we can respond to the talking points, I guess. Yeah. We do want these on the coast. Because Guild Hall is going to be a nice thing to replace. I think we'd rather replace the bazaar though. It's gonna build better here, so we'll build it there. 13 plus 13 would be fantastic here, except I think we're gonna build it over here because this place has really good. They already have specialists. That's what's going on there. We can't get to the coast yet on those. I think we can go for a rail station maybe. This seems like a fine spot for a rail station. Which refunds one of our things and allows us to go for production here instead. But yeah. I was talking about Israel. Have you toyed with any of Smith's exploits? He dropped a video yesterday. One gives +3 stacking vision to a stacking indefinitely. Tried it last night. It's not patched out. Yeah, someone else had posted a video on that. We've seen that. We haven't tried that. It's generally not like the type of exploit I'm that interested in. Ooh, baby. This is going to be such a nice square. We get adjacencies for C stuff. So that's going to be good. We're maybe underutilizing this because this also gives plus adjacencies to stuff around it. So cinching this up like in the middle of like several other districts also makes sense. And I think it's maybe going to make more sense for these guys because we can't build the unique thing here, but we can build it here on the pavilion and this. So I think we go for it there. So there's maybe an argument for like building this here would make some sense. Here we get more adjacencies, but here we get to affect the other buildings that are adjacent. And then we get to build a gold building here and hit another adjacency. I'm not really sure. We could think our way through it, but... So that's an argument for here instead of here. Here's also a really good tile for other things for us, so I think we go with it here maybe? But I mean, there's definitely an asymmetry here, if you want to talk about who's, like, winning the argument, but I think you're just, like, kind of avoiding the argument. and just like looking to obliquely discuss something generically, like that isn't. Actually, I just think you're just like the weird America First argument and the any support of Ukraine argument is like really what you're about, and I think you're just trying to drum something up more than having like necessarily a unified position. Civ 7 cheese. I come here for the paradox of imperialism, not discussing the real thing. Yeah. Okay, let's say Putin wins and annexes Ukraine. From your POV, that's a loss, if a small one. What happens next? That's a huge loss. What happens next is he goes for Moldova. That was in the battle plan that what's-his-face leaked. My guy. We have 100% ban opinion, but with only 3 votes. So I don't think we're going to ban on 3 votes. Tubmen. We probably want to run more traits routes with Tubmen, just generally. That way we can, we could get her as an ally and get the triple dipple on our yields bonuses. We have a lot of, for that bigger ally, yields bonuses. If we take a look at yields, we're just like crushing it on yields relative to the AI. Ibn has a decent amount of science, but that's kind of it. We're just gonna leave this and not worry about it too much. I'm not gonna sweat it. We do need more adjacencies or whatever. We're gonna fortify up in here. Seems kind of racist. What seems kind of racist? This guy? We got 6 votes, most saying ban. We got 1 person in your corner, though, far now. Unless it's you in your corner. I don't know, maybe people think you're operating in good faith. Maybe I'm over-influencing the chat, and this is not a fair thing to do. Maybe it's my chat, so I can kind of do what I want. This is like a weird rejoinder, because generally, often when I put stuff to a vote, and then chat like wants to say, no, you do what you want, it's like, it puts me in a weird spot. I'm not sure exactly how to implement things when that comes up like that. Because I'm trying to put it to chat, like I'm trying to be like, oh, we should do this democratically, and then chat's like, nah, don't. I think this guy comes down here. This guy is coming to make sure that we have a reasonable defense, because the Persia guy is probably attacking us. What civ is he on? Mughals? Don't really know how that shakes out. How do we not pick up the ruin? Is that just a bug? I think that might be a bug. That's why we bought that scout. Certainly don't need that scout. Wish there was a middle option between ban and engage, or maybe just incorporate. He's gonna keep chatting. He's trying to talk non-stop and dominate the chat. Right? He's been typing non-stop, which is exactly what the ban evasion person's been doing. And we've discussed, like, publicly what we think the ban evasion person's doing as a kind of means of explaining stuff to people, but this is also going to let this guy adapt and adjust, which is, like, maybe the downside. No! We wanted to use. Not like this. Not like this. We'll see if Munich we can maybe befriend. 10 turns, so. Production on mines and woodcutter is going to be really nice. I think we just go for this. Because otherwise our Sue's thing is going to give it to that anyways. Give that to it. So coast would be kind of nice, but we can't build it here. We could overbuild this. I think we build here, because it's going to positively affect the neighboring buildings. And then we already have the building exists, so we put it over here. And we start getting our unique thing up and going. Axum Capital. we will give the capital thing, the thing with the capital yield in there. Stacking fish is incredibly strong, so we'll do that. And then we'll eventually ask her for another trade route. I guess we'll be doing that next stage. For the record, I voted ban because I believe in mob rule to hasten our era's end. Moldova will merge with another country then. Can't remember which one. I think it's Romania. What are you on about? I think it's in the EU. So you really think he's going to start a war with the EU and by extension NATO? Bro, what are you on about? There was a leaked battle plan to attack Moldova. Once he attacks Moldova, you can't just merge with the other country. Just like, and Lukashenko, like an idiot, or like a deviant, rising up against his master in a subversive way. Lukashenko, leaked this plan, which is, like, amusing, actually, but... Purchasing a rail station in the capital is maybe something we're into. I think we're going to need a science. I think we're okay getting an artifact. Actually, no, we should have taken science on museum. We're not looking to win with the artifact. We're going to put specialists on here, because that is going to be our unique building. We'll do that. We might build over at... Ooh, there are pawns in there. We weren't aware of that before. I think we'll go with this. We could have gone with that over there, too. That would have been a fine spot for the specialists. Building over our unique district from the previous age, because it already has its adjacency bonuses, and specialists boost adjacencies. Why does this one get a +4, though? I guess this one looks a little bit better right now. We're gonna build over it eventually, but... Is that because Machu Picchu's just busted? I mean, we want to grab this tile and this tile. I think we'll grab this tile because we're going to work our way up there in that direction anyway. Trying to get a new fanboy every day? No, unfortunately it's just the same guy, I think. I don't know. It's always one person that's like this, and never, like, two simultaneously. They open with the exact same thing. I think it's the exact same troll. Tarkus gave it to me. It's like a venereal disease, but with streamers. And then, right before they think they're gonna get banned, they get, like, highly inappropriate in chat. Person has more than one YouTube account, so voting doesn't seem rock solid. No, but I mean, it makes them leave and then come back with a new account. I don't see why you hem and haw about banning him. Every time he comes back, you don't have to keep revisiting that decision. No, because I'm not 100% certain it's the same guy. And, like, it's because I'm more... I would rather commit the error of banning too infrequently than banning too frequently. Just as a general. Also, sorry for not knowing this from mine. I don't keep tabs on Backwater Europe. Yeah. What's the rest of the world think about US in general? I can't speak to this as much. Just how interesting how easily you mouth off geopolitics, like your mind can even comprehend 60 chess going on. You talking about me, or... I mean, there's a lot I don't know about. I try not to talk about what I don't know about. At least without qualifying that, I don't know a lot about it. It's hard to know a lot about a lot of things. Unfortunately. We can specialize in food here for now. And we just have to double check that it is indeed feeding at least one other city. It's feeding one other city, so that city is going to grow real fast. That's that one right there. You don't have to refer to other countries with disrespectful adjectives, you know, but I guess that's part of the ultra-nationalistic stance. Yeah, I mean, he's just trying to provoke. Gee, I didn't vote, but I'm pretty tired of it now, and I would vote for the ban. I changed my mind. It's all base humanity and nothing more complex than that. Small angry men at each other, all the wars. Oh, so you're changing your mind. Also, you don't find it a little ridiculous to spread fear about an army that can't beat an even backwater Central European country army riddled with corruption. I think that the damage that Putin's done is, like, at least to the United States, is more to do with undermining it from the inside. You could actually go back to Khrushchev. Khrushchev even, like, has an interesting quote that's, like, prescient or relevant today, where it's like, we will destroy the Americans without firing a single shot. We will destroy them from within. We are trying to get an alliance up with her faster by doing more trade routes with her, as a general sense, because this boosts relations. So that we can form alliance. Let's see, started trade route, plus 20. I think we'll go science on bank. We have more culture right now. Anyways. Courtesy of, like, kind of our Axum open and some of the things that we have on from Axum. We're going to take a save here, because I'm not 100% sure how this works. If we could just stand on them and prevent them from getting, Oh, we can't. We can't do that. These guys are friends. Maybe that's why Xerxes isn't dispersing them. I don't know. Because we're trying to raise them up. I think these are the next guys we go for. We are starting to get... We're sousing of, I think, one... I don't know what you're yapping about, but it seems a little apparent. Earlier today, there were two other people arguing the same side as me. Also, we get to eat dinner, and no generalist, definitely talking about Mr. and Mrs. Moldova will referendum itself into a Romania backwater. Yeah, I don't know. Thank you for the reminder, else we'd hangry. Can't even beat Ukraine, a tiny army. How do you expect him to beat the EU? If the United States starts helping Putin, which the United States is completely about facing on its other commitments. Like, it's not that hard, a stretch of the mind. To imagine a scenario. We do want more... museum guys. We're gonna come on over. Wow, did they already dig up all their stuff? Damn. What is you rating the game right now? I think it need a ton of change, but I think the foundation's there. Yeah, it feels like a shell of a game more than a complete thing, but I think it's going to be really cool once they get it online. Destroying from inside is always a vague notion. How exactly is it doing this? We talked about this before. The Russian troll farms. These types of things. You can, if you're interested in it, which I know you're not, you can look up Cambridge Analytica, which is kind of the more straightforward example. Alright, so we've maxed out the guys in there. I think we just start hitting our current district here. gonna play quite nicely. And then City Hall versus Gristmill Sawmill. So these don't have adjacency bonuses, so we don't really want to put in on them. So we'll just grab some construction and some food. And narratives separate us, yeah. You think we'll start attacking Europe? You complete moron? That would be economic death. That would be economic death. That's one of the reasons why Trump supporting Putin concerns me so much. And I don't think it necessarily has to be direct. He can just start, you know, feeding information. The United States has a lot of intelligence on, like, where European spies and stuff like this are. Fire access imperialisms is the prices on Steam. True. Alright, we're going to choose the one that gives us a free tech when we get a city-state. Because this is going to scale pretty well. And then we go for this, maybe? We want to head towards mass production, actually, kind of at a decent clip. Can we get this one? No, we can't. I don't know exactly what unlocks the legend thing. Top men! Barnell has about 2 more incel LARPer insults against journalists cooked and loaded and ready to sign off. Bet you $5. Yeah, no. No, I mean, the thing is Barnell talks exactly like that other person. Who's been ban-evaded multiple times. Let's check the poll. 56% say ban. I wonder if Barnell's coming on his alt and voting. It seems a little strange. If it reaches a plurality at this point with this many votes, someone let me know. It only has 9 votes, but it will maybe make an adjustment. Are these... I'm so... I want this guy to leave. Damn it. That's what we were afraid of. Honest question, how does Russia wage all-out war and not be able to overrun Ukraine in 3 years? Ukraine's getting a lot of, like, modern weapons and has, well-trained soldiers. There was also, with the initial salvo, Russia lost a lot of its commanders and experienced members. There was also, like, a lot of, like, corruption that kind of held Russia back. Like, the Russian tanks running out of fuel on their way to Kiev was one of the reasons why they failed. Like, I think if the tanks don't run out of fuel, they almost made it to Kiev. Like, Kiev almost fell, like, the first, 3 days. So... We'll put in some free speech. I remember the invasion of Crimea 10 years ago, and that was lightning fast. So following that, U.S. troops trained Ukrainian soldiers very extensively for an extended period of time. This is one of the narratives, actually, that gets put forth in the propaganda that's not entirely unfair, which is that the means by which Ukraine was getting increasingly better and better trained troops and more military equipment to be able to defend against Russia. Russia argues, like, eventually Ukraine's military is going to surpass our own, so we had to attack them while they were still defeatable. This is, like, the type of... We needed to attack them. It was a provocation, because they were actually arming themselves. But they're arming themselves because they're expecting to get attacked again. Right? Some little good old classic victim blaming. But, there is, like, they were getting trained by Western forces and this type of stuff. Excuse me on that burp. Let's upgrade this to a city. let's purchase a laboratory right here. And then with that, we will gain the ability to put in right here. Wow, 4 specialists, crazy. And then we are going to, in that laboratory, because we have a bunch of guys there, I think we're going to do this. We get plus for extra adjacent resource. We're going to put it down right here. And that should play pretty well. And then I think we'll put right here our unique building. Because we're not going to get too many adjacencies. The granary is blocking it here, and the city center is blocking it here. I guess we could get a double adjacency right here. Maybe that's worth something like that. We're going to grow this way and look to grab the oranges. 5% per Suze is probably pretty good considering we don't have a lot of science buildings right now. And there's our free tech. Were you saying they're mostly about getting weapons that were out of date and irrelevant? Now they're modern all of a sudden? Much more modern than the Soviet weapons that Ukraine had. Barnell's having a good time over here. The much more modern than the Soviet era tanks and guns are the US weapons from the 90s that still are getting replaced by the US. It was more about training. Actually, I think we go for one of these, and we need to think which one's best. Hey, Philemon, how's it going? Burping on stream? Bro's gone full lolcow? Yeah. We love to see it. I think that we go for this. I think we go communist for the extra production towards completing projects, considering I think we're going to go for a science victory. Science victory might not have been as fast as a cultural victory if we played the cultural victory or we leaned into it really hard, but we're not leaning into it that hard, so it's not going to be all that strong, I don't think. We're actually going to buy up here, though, a Explorer next turn. Actually, this guy's got to get up there. Why are all the things up there? It's kind of obnoxious. So those will be the places we need to go for. Since the latest Win 11 update, I can't play CK and Victoria 3 anymore. That's tragic. I would be in favor of supporting... I wouldn't be in favor of supporting Russia either way. Pro-isolationism was traditional US policy, by the way. It's not been the US policy since, like, World War II, my guy. I guess it depends how traditional you mean. Against our support for Israel? No, yeah. I mean, I kind of think that you're... just trolling here. I think you're the dude. I'm just a dude disguised as a dude playing another dude. Gonna keep trying to stack as much as we can. Again, just taking a look at our cities, we are getting production and food. +6 from being Suzes on each of these, because we have 2 suzerainities, and as more start to come in, we'll really pop off a little bit. Not a lot of bit, but a little bit. Not as much as the Tekken Sao run. Apologies for accusing you of being someone else a little while ago. There's a person likely in the room. No, Find Crisis has a different type of the approach in this type of thing. Find Crisis is more... What's the word? No, not my gumdrop buttons. We can't actually make this happen faster. Damn, this guy's gonna... We weren't paying close enough attention here. We should have been able to save this. I think we can't now. Maybe we can body block? He's still got something here. We have a general with 2 units. If we're careful about it, we might be able to body block. We need that square cleared, unfortunately. I wonder if Incite Raid helps out and spawns an army. If it does, we'll test that out. I don't know if it spawns an army. If it does, that'll help us to avoid this guy getting taken out. Generalist is clearly 2 dudes. No single person could lift that much. It's an interesting theory. We do lift quite a bit. This is true. I'm just a dude disguised as a dude playing another dude. It's tempting to go for the production, but man, maybe 6 food is better than a 6-3 is better than a 4-1 or 6-1-3 rather. This is the better tile here. Ooh, but kind of like 5-1-3. We'll just support everything. Getting things going with our unique building. We maybe unlocked our unique building a little bit early. I guess we're gonna have a lot of production. Our production's getting online right now, I guess. Is a way to look at it. I thought Tropic Thunder was stupid when it released. Now I wish we had comedies like that today. The comedies are they're too risky to make. Those types of comedies are too risky to make because like the environment regarding video rentals, like you can't make enough on the back end, which is where comedies made a lot in like DVD sales and rentals and this type of thing. So the nature of the beast has changed such that it's just not. Why do we keep having changed production on here? Oh, we actually, the only thing we can build here, this is a city. Huh. Well, let's ride the bug, I guess. I guess for people who maybe want to see it. I think we're going to do science and culture from specialists. We're starting to have a decent chunk of specialists. And we're going to, I think, go communism. $1488. Not sure what this is in reference to. There should be an option to switch modern weapons to independence under that. No FUD, ban generalists? Wait, what?
Workers of the world unite. You have nothing to lose but your chains.
Yep. Alright, so we will get rid of this for now. We don't have a lot of towns. I think we're going to do +3 science on specialists too. And then I think we don't need the plus maintenance, because each one of these guys is giving us a ton of maintenance. I think we can instead just go for more science here and just start getting really, really fast. Tech. How does that cause us to lose culture, man? Are we really getting that much from culture on science building? On culture on gold buildings? So it's usually they kind of turn into a megalopolis blob. Yeah. Ideology legacy path. I think ideology legacy path. I mean, we're not trying to win that way, so we just go for science attribute point. That's useful for us there. And then we have 2 scientific ones, so we're just gonna get science. We'll go for the production. Production is just generally worth more than the other stuff. We don't need towns gain, and we don't really need the production towards completing projects at any point, or at anywhere near this point in time, so... I think we want to complete that entire thing for the purposes of getting experience in the run, but we don't need it right now. We'll come here with that. We're gonna get a lot of growths, I think, because the communism +6 on food. Still don't think food's very strong, but it is kind of nice when you're moving everything off of being a town to be getting that. Which is definitely what the goal is for us. I think we come in here because it's going to give adjacencies to these buildings, and we can't get a coastal adjacency. It's going to play nice on our ageless buildings. And then we are going to work this. And I guess this. Is Bardell just spamming intolerant stuff now? I think the lack of creative freedom. Yeah, he's just spamming now. Alright, we're just gonna ban. Yeah. Barnell's the same troll that keeps coming. So, he is the same repeated. He always goes out kind of like that. When he, like, if we're about to ban him or we're, like, in the process of doing this, he does that. I guess we're doing the culture for adjacencies for building. Oh, we still had that in. We didn't slot anything out that... Maybe we just lost our previous celebration? We don't really need that towards maintaining that. Something like that, I think, plays pretty well. What do we even need for the science thing? Or what's the thing? We need to research flight. Kind of just getting off the ground. Like creative freedom in movies will be solved by AI. Artists panic about losing their jobs, but I think it's good for the industry. They're working so stunted by potential. Yeah, maybe. What's your opinion of Meiji strong? A little bit weak. 1488 is Nazi code? Oh, you're right. You're 100% right. Yeah. So, find Crisis. Barnell, this guy who's been ban-evading multiple times, that's who people thought you were. We're fairly confident it's the same guy. It's kind of obnoxious. We blame Tarkus. He also showed up right when the workday started at the Russian troll farms. Well, he showed up basically as soon as we went live. I don't know. Some people get amused by the engagement with it, so I guess it's not the end of the world. Yeah, we do want a rail station in the capital. Maybe we'd want to buy it, but let's just get started on it. I think it's going to play pretty well right here, considering this can be adjacent to a lot of buildings, and also, we don't actually like the farm. And we get to push out this way. We're just going to find a city that doesn't have much food. 56 might be the low point for us. So now we're getting so much flat food that like 50s is maybe kind of the low point. But yeah, this Barnell guy is the guy to which we've been referring. People really get paid for that? No, I think that this guy actually is just like someone who's in high school or something that's in the United States and just likes to parrot the Russian propaganda talking points because he thinks it's funny and troll the chat. Because he comes in and is like anti-Semitic and then is like pro-Islamic and then he's anti-Islamic in this type of stuff. So it's just all over the place, but it's just as inflammatory positions as possible. And like tries to get us to, for example, take a position on Israel versus like Iran. That was the one yesterday. We banned him twice yesterday. I don't know. I wish you could like IP ban people. It's kind of annoying. Because if we know like for sure it's the same person, then we'd just assume like permaban, right? But we don't know for sure. We try and give people the benefit of the doubt. We suspected a long time, but some people wanted us to just keep engaging with him. That's why we didn't ban him earlier. So I think we'll just start sending the field guns, some of these on over, even the spare ones over there. Yeah, I think the scout's pretty useless. We're maybe gonna see what's up here or something, I guess, and then we'll see at the bottom of the map too. I think we're currently Susing these guys up. We have a lot of Suzes coming in. This gets dispersed up here, so we're going to try and buy a settler next turn and settle here if we can. Because that is a decent settle. And we're going to look to... Yeah, Todd Man! Beat her to the punch here. If she already has a settler, though, that's gonna be a little bit tough. But you can if you stick around for a little bit, there's like 20% chance he's still watching, and he's just gonna switch accounts and do it again. So, and just try and find the most provocative question to like lead in on. So. I think here's where we wanted to settle before the bad things happen. I hope I come off more intelligent than that. Usually. I think sometimes you don't. I think sometimes you're just like full trolling though. As well. Or I mean, I guess sometimes I'm hoping you're full trolling. But like, yeah, I think we go here. We're definitely pushing specialists only at this point. Every growth that we possibly can, because now we get the food from the specialists. So, like, communism... Not sure how we feel about which of the ideologies is better. Still trying to suss that out. Like, communism just, like, looks really good, but I think the food is, like, kind of trappy. It's like almost really good. The one that gives, I think fascism's the one that gives production. I can't remember which is the production one. Choosing city-state bonus time. He got mad as people started ignoring him, so he started spamming. Yeah, like, I mean, I actually think it's for attention, and it's like just some like kid or something. I generally try not to insult him too much, but it is what it is. We don't need the speed towards museums. We don't have that many culture buildings right now. Social policy slot might actually be worth the most. We do want this eventually, though. Let's lock that in, just in case weird stuff happens, because this guy, yeah, these guys got dispersed. And I think that Vienna is the only other one remaining, so... We assume the other guy settles here.
The members of the nation will never know most of their fellow members. Yet in the mind of each lives the...
We might have to buy a settler or two. And then now we can build factories though, so that's gonna go hard. Let's go for flight and start going for our victory. Once we get money, so it's perhaps we should have been more money focused right now. I think we'll build over this. The hospital we don't like very much anymore. But we're just like setting up right now. And then we kind of, I think after we set up, we'll blitz stuff down. But here, I think we just go factory instead of our unique building, if we can. Can we not? I guess maybe we can't. I think here will be good. So, I mean, let's go for production. Maybe we need a port first. I'm not sure if you need a... I guess maybe you need a rail station connection before you can do it. Building over the bazaar seems good. $62 is like one of the low food places. Yeah, we just have so much food. So we'll do that. I wonder how many of these voting ban also believe in free speech. I believe in free speech and I banned. I mean, to some degree, it's like my chat and I have to read like what you're saying, and also I'm managing the conversation that happens here. And you're free. People are free to like start their own stream if they want to. You know what I mean? Like, just like freedom of speech doesn't mean I can go inside someone's home and start screaming at them. They can kick me out of their house, right? The big point about free speech is that the government is not, you're not going to be in danger for speaking out various things. It's not that it's completely free of consequence or that there aren't contexts in which free speech is not allowed. Like, you can't come outside my house with a megaphone and just, like, blast at 10 in the 10 p.m. at night, or 10:01, because there's, like, a noise curfew, right? Freedom of speech is also, like, different than, like, you having a right to be heard by everyone else. It's a means that you can say something without it being fearful, not that you have a right to force everyone to listen to you speak. So what's the epitome of what is my political position depends on who I'm trolling? So he's the epitome of... yeah, because, I mean, it's not even a consistent position. Like, Find Crisis, I probably just kind of consistently disagree with you on most things. But yeah, it's it's trolling, not your opinion's stupid trolling. It's like trolling. There's probably a better way to describe that, but like it's just like unambiguous. Oh, I see. This is what we're doing. I'd ban him in a second. I have no patience for assholes. I generally think that talking it out with people you disagree with is a productive activity, and that the lack of discourse in the United States that is productive is a huge negative, and is something that can be worked on. and would be better for the lack of discourse specifically between people on different sides of the aisle and echo chambers. I think all that's problematic. So that's where I'm a little bit aversive to that. But at the same time, if you do what I do, you're going to commit an error in that people who are ban worthy of things are going to be left to not be banned for an extended period of time when they should be. But you have to decide which errors you're more okay with committing. We're going to send a couple of these her way. Because we want to be able to ally her up. And we are getting to the point where we no longer really need Diplos, so we will be a lot more aggressive about building over our Diplo buildings. Just having a look-see around, I think that we have Sue'd everyone. Now the only thing that we could do a bit differently is to pay for growth in some of these. I do think that we are doing the Friend of Way agreement currently. I guess we could add support here to speed that up. That's probably the most productive use we can make of things. We can add support here too, but I don't think that these guys are getting taken out anytime here. So, soon. At least. And so we'll look to body block for this guys too, as well. Gyros is missing the fascism better. The troll one, not like this. Troll kind of always wins because I think he's amused by what he's doing, so you can't really beat him. I think he enjoys getting banned. But it's like same MO, and it's like it's never a long time chatter. It's always just like hasn't done it before. It's annoying that he has a ton of accounts, but what are you gonna do? I think you have to, like, before you can chat on live streams, your account has to be a certain amount of months old, but, like, there are just a ton of them that are already, like, old enough. I don't know what to do. Or say about Meier. Is this our onsen growth? Where just everywhere gets a growth instead of, like, the capital or something? Yeah, so maybe this is the Dogo Onsen being bugged. We just talked to little Elia on the Discord. Yeah, that they're just grew, I think. Plus 10% science and plus 10% gold for this. I think it's not as much as pursues. I think we promote growth for this guy, though. I think we promote growth for this guy after, actually, not quite yet. Are we waiting? A little bit. Probably not too long. We're kind of... We did deal with the troll a little bit. The guy who's been kind of... We think it's the same guy, just kind of coming back, same MO, chats the exact same way each time. Is this the tile we really want the hospital on? Or the railway on? I don't know. I don't think so. We'll put it here. I just think that there's already a thing there. That's why that's giving more yields. Is that a repair? We'll just buy the repair. Rail station. Ramming speed. We'll build one there. I don't think we have a factory yet. No, we don't. This is kind of the direction we want to move in, though. Specialization's available. We have a decent amount of plantations. Granary is not insane. Here, actually. There's no maintenance on granaries, and it is going to allow us to grab up this citrus, which is going to put us in a position where we now aren't fighting this guy for tiles anymore, and so we can promote growth on him, which is kind of what we were into. Free speech also means freedom to decide who to listen to. Letting trolls drown out the conversation is not free speech. Yeah, and the point is he's like allowed to do that, and then he can face the consequences for it. And the consequences don't involve him giving up personal safety or something like this, right? They involve him just getting banned, which is like not that big a deal. Which is why he like repeatedly comes back. If he had to face real consequences, he'd probably like approach the entire thing different, but also okay. I think we do want to buy... Oh, we can't afford one. Well, we have another one up there, so let's start heading these guys down to here. I think the AI is really bad at handling that, but... It's funny, liberals will be like, well, it's worth to ban over to prevent hate speech, but then turn around and be like, can't do the death penalty for rapists and murderers if they're innocent.
But we have sake and the hot spring.
I'm indifferent to the way in which someone gets removed from society. Once they're removed, it doesn't really matter to me too much. But I think, other than like executing for zero reason, I think is just for punitive, just cause we want to, is like kind of silly. And you weren't even that like disagreeing with me on that point, that hard fart crisis, because as far as I can tell, you weren't interested in executing people when it was more expensive to execute people, which it is. Oh, we should have chose the other one. I don't even know what we're doing. Celebration duration is just bad. Ooh, 5% culture with everyone you have a trade route with. Kinda into that. We also did not buy merchants with Charlemagne. I think we're gonna buy this explorer here first. And over here if we don't already have one. I don't think my position on the death penalty is incoherent. And not letting someone speak on your live stream is a whole lot different than killing them. In terms of comparison. Or maybe I'm mistaken, maybe it's really just the same thing. I think we want a port or factory. This is what we want. Factory is going to play pretty nice on the adjacency here. Why is this a plus 14? We don't have... Oh, we do have specialists here. This is where we have the specialists. I think that'll run pretty good for us right now anyways. So we'll do factory first. And we'll complete the building here. Starting to generate a good chunk of money from some of these things. Let's go port, and then we're gonna port here on the obsolete building, I think. Actually, this just generates more. We'll port here. Where's the plus 11 here? Yeah, but we can't complete the building there. We can't complete the building there. We can complete it here. We could alternatively complete it here. If we pushed one other building here, we could complete it elsewhere. So maybe rail station here, and then we complete it here. Maybe we messed up there. Maybe we need to rethink everything. Here, We do want to build next to that. Our rail station. Here's probably okay. The thing is that you engage in good faith with some people who don't want to do that and just want to troll. Yeah, I mean, like, this is the error that gets committed sometimes. I don't know, maybe we should get Fine Crisis' opinion. Fine Crisis, what do you think we should have done? Because you're making fun of us banning him. But I don't think keeping him around would be exactly your position, to be fair. To be honest. These cities are kind of nice when we go to Japan. Like the half-island cities. We're going to get some nice adjacencies. We're eventually going to be building over here, too. The Dogo Onsen is apparently bugged right now, so we're going to pop off in terms of population really hard with that. It's Bagabios, they said when victory is already, like, really, really certain. We could just try for... I think we're just going to try for a faster victory instead of, like, hitting all the victory conditions, which we could do. I just think that is... What? Is the settler not where they are? What is that, dude? Excuse me? I mean, okay, I guess. No need to add support here. Their turn and next turn. Kind of think we just add support here. Because we have more than enough stuff to go around. And then we'll ally with Tubman, I think, next turn. You stop being an entertaining lolcow, I'll leave you alone. Have a good rest of your life, bud. Wait, what?
The sound of wings.
Many men, we know who you are. Anyways. Oh, so you finally banned the dude? Yeah. And he came right back with another account? It seems like this could be the case. Not 100% sure. This guy hasn't used a actual profile pic, but Min8Man's profile pic, I don't remember him having that when he commented on the Ukraine stream the other day. But I don't really trust my memory either, so... Oh, we shouldn't have grabbed that. We're just supposed to push specialists. Specialists are so much better in this age that, like, doing anything non-specialist is just like a mistake. Especially when we went communist, you should just be 100% specialist because they replace the food. Now, I said that we should do it despite the status quo of being more expensive, but obviously we should also look into the process of making fair and speedy as it should. Yeah. Okay, fair enough. I disagree, but I think that it's at least 100 times worse, I think, to execute someone who's innocent than to fail to execute someone who's guilty and instead give them life in prison. Because life in prison's already really bad. Would definitely have a different opinion on, like, them just, like, walking free or something. Yeah, I mean, maybe we would want some towns, because if we had more towns, we would have way more gold. General spending for viewers is literally next Showa. No, that guy deserved it to be banned because he was spamming, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, that's usually... I usually ban immediately when someone starts spamming like that. We are going to have a nice opera house right here. Kind of what that's built for. We'll claim the artifact here. Really cruising on the yields here quite a bit. Do we already have a factory / railway? Where are my eyes, dude? Unless we have those already in the city? I don't think we do. We have the rail station. Doug, where's our factory? Do I not have eyes? Yo Tango, Los Ojos. I mean, I guess we could go stock exchange instead. Can have a reasonable looking one building over the hospital here. Alright, where do we build this? Probably over the academy or over here. Actually, over here. We want to overbuild both of those kind of things. Freedom or death, it's one of our 3 national symbols. I think a troll is equal to Latin American freedom fighters from the 1800s. See, he is back with a new account. Alright, we're just gonna ban him. That was Mahmoud and the guy from earlier, yeah. So this is a bad analogy, you're a Spanish crown journalist. Guy's far less intelligent. No, definitely a bit of being behind on chat. Classic. Guy probably has nothing to do with his time. Which one do we want to build over? I think we want to build over stuff. I guess these 2 are kind of the better ones. I think that this one's fine. And then we specialist here. And we come there. A 42-year-old Russian troll, by the way, getting into this industry was amazing. Literally got paid for arguing with idiots online and could even work from home. Interesting. I kind of don't believe you. You're banned now anyways, but... We'll grab the food tiles first. Although I think we grow every turn from just the flat bonus we're getting from sousing people or having soused people. What a weird looking continent. Wow, there's really nothing left on this continent. We're the only one on this continent. Why is that? Interesting. Is there not a museum on this continent yet? Well, maybe we put a museum there next turn in terms of just buying it. I'll give him 5 minutes before he comes back. I mean, he does have, like, a ton of accounts. So... yeah. English seems pretty good. suppose in the event that he is a Russian troll, that this kind of fits entirely with our narrative, with trying to just subvert using the troll farms. I kind of don't think that's the case, though. Did we already pay to convert this guy up? No, we didn't. Because we were like, we're saving him for last. Because this guy is unassailable. I would unironically love to get paid to spray propaganda online. I'm sure you would. That does not surprise me one iota.
We feel free because we lack the very language to articulate our unfreedom.
Culture equal to each alliance you have for each diplo attribute. For us, that'd be like 30 or 40 base. I don't really think that's that worth it. I think we counter-spy this guy. And then, because he actually could do something relative to this guy. And then we could try and reconcile him. Probably unnecessary. I wish our government was run by serious people like Russia and not cringe neocon stuff. Yeah, well. I guess human rights are just not something we enjoy if we're fine crisis. We're pushing specialists mainly. This one plays alright. It's nice getting production off of these specialists too, from our thing from Japan. Even though we didn't go fascist. Let's go here. Actually, let's buy a grist mill. So we can get to the niter over there. I think that their cities are fully expanded anyway, so we're not going to get something sniped from us. Maybe we actually come here because that has a little bit more food in case there's a settle down south a little bit. Delighted to support this. I wish there were good modern day mods with Vic 3 right now. The best mod is still Realms of Vector. Yeah, it's unfortunate that one of the Cold War mods just like stopped supporting their mods basically. We do want to complete this out. Also, we get experience for going Dogo SN, so it's a reason for us to do it as well. We could push science, I guess, because we are trying to go for a scientific victory. We don't have that many active trade routes. We probably want to push them a little bit more. This, I think, would actually a decent chunk of cheddar. Yeah, it is. We can get a lot more trade agreements, actually, with our Diplo that we're using, or that we're failing to use. Let's also buy another merchant out of here. And buy another merchant out of here. Something like this. And out of here. I don't think we're going to end up having a war at this age. It's probably going to be over too quick. Because we're cruising along to flight, and after we get flight, we're just going to push the things as quickly as possible. Don't worry, there's plenty of young men like myself who are ready to step up the plate. That's the necessary thing for the right wing. Yeah. Yeah, you might not like the authoritarianism when it is folding back against you. Oop, we did whatever we grabbed. We didn't want to do. I think we grabbed a mountain tile. Not even getting the most yields from that. Getting more from this? Guess we'll push that. And then here we were wanting to... We might have spent too much money. We were wanting to buy a museum though. I think we spent a little bit too much money. I can't afford it. Yeah. Such is the way of things. So we have gristmill. I guess we do this. Solve compilation of defines bugs on Vic3's forums from a modder who said in no uncertain words that the technical state of the game was killing his motivation to mod and play it. The curse of looking under the hood in a game like Vic3, I guess. Vic3's numbers are like really down right now. Like, because I really liked the last patch, but it didn't like breathe a ton of like new life into like metagames and stuff. So it's like it literally feels like last spring in sense like metagames have wildly changed. Other than it killed the bankroll meta, but like it changed companies a little bit. But like fundamentally it's just like it's the same, but now you just don't get bankrolls. Which, I mean, like, High Infamy's, like, a lot better now, and now it's more like, the War Reps meta, which I kind of don't enjoy very much. Like, I enjoy trying to think through economic decisions much more than I do, like, trying to, like, nitpick over, like, a super hyper-pushed war, and it's just like, Is this the Dogo Onsen giving us a growth in every city? I think that's what this is, this turn. When you have a celebration. Because it does feel like we're growing in every city here. So good. We will probably not build this wonder generally unless we're playing Japan. Because you get extra XP if you do it as Japan. The tools to mod are bad, then why mod? Maybe. Sometimes, like, everything just gets hyper broken, right, by something that's being done. Alright, so they can build a port. Axum just finished its factory, I think. So let's build a laboratory right here over the university, and then we should have factory slots now, so let's get rid of all this. What's the most important? I think the best one is fish, but only if you stack a ton of it. We don't have a lot of tea. The happiness is maybe okay. Maybe we just do fish anyways here. Which this is bugged and it just straight up reduces instead of giving extra food as towards. 10k players more in Civ 6 than 7 at the moment. I'm not surprised about that either. Civ 7's a little bit rough. Like if I didn't produce content, I'm not sure how much we would be pushing Civ 7. I watch a lot of Vic 3 content and have yet to see a single Victoria 3 Ultimate modding guide. That's a problem. Any game with a decent modding community has massive documentation and support. Interesting. I don't mod enough to have, like, an opinion on that type of thing. So we need the rail station before the factory, right? We kind of do want to kill this woodcutter here. Is it a good spot, though? If we kill this, we could kill this too. It's probably okay. Oh, did we forget to buy a... No, we didn't have enough gold to buy the thing. More growth here, although we can get more trade routes if we push some of those things. Or we can use our Diplo to get more trade route ability. Can't wait for them to sort out trade and refine war system, e.g. front splitting and some form of stockpiling weapons or something like that. Would make it a fireball strategy to say guns to China and stop stockpiling.
Tanks, machine guns.
Yeah.
Hand grenades.
The system right now doesn't feel super good, but like I think if you play Vic 3 for the war system, you're like psychotic a little bit. Just a little bit. I mean, it's somewhat unique, so like maybe if that's like exactly what you wanted, but like I don't know, dog. That seems a little bit I don't see it. I think that the more than the actual warfare itself, the really frustrating thing is the Diplo play system, so... We're just getting enormous amounts of food in this place. Did we grab every resource here? Or, yeah, it looks like it. Okay, just kidding. That expand was silly. You have to click Central Europe and button in your France game. This is gonna feel so good. That does feel good. That's like the dopamine. Ugh. Oh yeah, baby. And then you immediately slot in the... Or you already slot in the Belgian company, right? Well, we have to do first flight project. So let's actually come in here and do... we can't afford one. Right. We need to buy an aerodrome. But getting the rail stations online we'll kind of pop off with. I don't think we have another factory. We do not. We generally want to push fish, I think. So if there's fish potential, we are about it. Production towards naval units, not something we're interested in. Gold is something we're interested in, because we do buy units. So we'll come on over here. There's one person playing March the Eagles. Shout out, sound off. Maybe we'll raid him later. We'll see if we can improve trade relations with Tubman, so that we can run more trade with her. So that we can get an alliance with her, so we can get the extra yields. The big nice on the yields. I think we come this way and we improve trade relations with him as well. Improved trade relations is one of those. Like, in my head, it's just endeavors that are the relationship you can run, but it's also that. Have you tried Ara History Untold? Seems like you're kind of 4X. I have not. That has gotten recommended to me. But, like, just dabbling or just trying out a game very briefly, like, from the perspective of making content is, like, not very good. Unfortunately. So, I feel like I have to either, like, commit or avoid. Plus, I also don't want to spend a ton of money, like, buying games. We're gonna buy, an aerodome in here. And then we're gonna work on the project. Afterwards. So we're progressing towards the space victory. I think we're just gonna get that. We're just gonna kind of toot it and boot it. So we're pretty close here. Maybe a half hour left. I suppose we might give ourselves a lot more clicking than we need to with these cities growing. Because we don't really need this many. Well, that's fine. We do want to make sure to get this, but I don't think it matters. But I think you get extra experience for completing your tree, so we want to make sure we complete the tree. Radio station's kind of alright. Tenement. Is that the thing we went for our objective bonus? Build 4 factories, have 4 labs. Alright, let's build factories and labs. Laboratory. This is adjacent to 2 resources, so it's gonna be a good place for a lab. Rail station. My current game is probably the hardest I've ever gone on war because going for the hegemon achievement is France, which is also the second objective of world conquest. Yeah, you just like get it incidentally, right? It's not like this weird build-up thing, it's just, whoop, we got it. I think that's a ruin we can't pick up. We want to put a lab right there. I think we're going to buy a stonecutter here, just to move on over so we can put a lab where we want it. We can't build over the ruin? Come on, man. Alright, we'll build a port. We will build a port instead. Excuse me. 22 lab here. Nice. Us incidentally getting that is we're kind of fine with, even though we're not pushing it as actively. Because it will be more experience for us on this lady. We don't really need the radio station. Alright, one of these was better for culture. I think this was better for culture. Yeah, this one's the one that's good for science. For whatever reason, can't in the other place build a factory. I don't know what that's about. So here, if we don't have a railway station, this is what we want to go, or a factory. Can't build either. Or I don't have eyes. Man. I'm starting to think I don't have eyes. Alright, we're going to build over one of these. Our alliance with him is weakening. We're going to do that to help improve the relations. I like the idea of stockpiling, because it makes no sense to me that the military are buying weapons every week at some point and they would have enough to cut back. Unless I'm wrong on how it works. It is just a little bit silly, but consumption in general is a little bit silly too. Because, like, the abstraction's nice for representing prices in Victoria 3, right? With buy and sell orders. But anytime you have more buy orders than sell orders, your pops are literally like consuming fake goods. Like, as a simulation, it doesn't quite make sense. So... we're kind of just assigning stuff and not trying to assign it super correct. Unless we, like, run out of happiness somewhere. It's just boring. Not enough 4X and not enough Anno in it. For Ara. More people playing Hoi 4 than Civ 7. Checkmate Fire Axis. Yeah, I mean, I think that people are disappointed with the rollout of this game. In general. It is a little bit rough, I think. We could build a city in there.
The young men shall fight.
I'm not sure how important additional cities are for us here at this point, though. We're pushing on rocketry. Maybe we're just supposed to actually not even grow our cities, man. And just click end turn a bunch, and we could have this, like, wrapped up real quick. Because fundamentally what we do here is, like, not gonna push the needle. We pretty much have victory, like, locked in. And he's gonna make the numbers nicer and bigger. We could also build a bunch of these too. Either a double mountain adjacency or a double adjacency here or double adjacency here is bricked. No matter what, something's bricked. Let's do that. Dig up a little bit. Usually I lose motivation when I to keep playing when I know I'm gonna win. Yeah. I feel that. This is just a bugged out ruin that we can't build over and is just there forever. No, it's not a bugged out ruin. Sorry. We need to clear that with one of these guys. How could we be so blind? That's what that is. That's why we can't build over it. Yeah, fair. Okay. You cannot build over our priceless artifacts. Fair, fair, fair. No bugs here. You should play Aurora 4X. It's known as a spreadsheet simulator. Hide your kids. What's the community and content look like in that? Like, the YouTube channel overall hasn't been doing that hot, so, like, I honestly just, like, shouldn't, like, I should just stick to Vic 3 or try and make a push into something else. And that's, like, kind of, Civ is, like, we're kind of trying to figure out the game well enough that we could play it. Is mainly the thing. And so we're super blanking on what we were trying to buy here. I got it. Explorer. So we can dig out that. I'm not sure we made the right memento choice here. We're gonna save money so we can buy a rocket place. Because we're getting close to rocketry here. Specialists are just insane. We'll do this. Alright, we'll go centralism into socialism. Because we do want the card for faster... whatever. I think we get adjacency bonuses for resources on this thing. No? Bueller? Oh, we'll just plop it down. Hey yo, we were thinking of building here. Yeah, okay. We'll build this here. And then we will grab another one of those guys. $31 happiness, holy shit. Just the very, very pushed tiles for that. What's the... we need to have labs and factories. Okay. Heal up time again. These guys will research the thing. Tell your streamer to play a different game is the funniest way to troll. It's like, hey, I'm fucking bored, switch it up. I mean, I guess. You tuned into that particular thing, but... I guess that works. Yeah, I think we're gonna hit the signs relatively quick here. What turn are we on? 25. We're also approaching a culture of victory too here. In terms of having enough relics.
One small twig, combined with others.
We don't really have towns, so we're not gonna need to slot either of those
Birds
in.
need to fly at the right shaped wings, the right pressure.
But break the sound barrier is a vibe. For this we have 8. I think we need like 12. I think we're gonna get 12. We're gonna go for socialism. Culture on City Park's kind of nice. And then we're gonna come over here because we want the sugar and the tobacco. Rocketry is what we need, which will give us launch satellite. Let's check our progress here. We're about to do that. Break the sound barrier. Research aerodynamics, then break the sound barrier project. Next milestone. Yeah, okay. Okay. It's gonna be the most useless wonder for adjacencies ever. / most useless wonder. I feel like I somehow don't have eyes. Oh, this is gonna go hard. Yeah, let's do this. Because we've been looking for factory production, because we have to do factories to like complete that one little quest thing. I think we'll build over this here and get ourselves our adjacencies. And we can't dig out that thing yet that we want to dig out. But like here, I'm not sure why we can't build a factory. Rail station is going to be nice. Joseph, what about Stellaris? I might need spreadsheets soon. Stellaris, I just feel like I'd be so hopelessly behind, like, understanding the metagame that I, like, wouldn't be able to make videos for it very well. Unless, except for, like, the 3-player stumbles his way through Stellaris type of videos. Which, you know, maybe that's what we're trying to run. Maybe that's what we're into. Factory here. Nice. Factory's gonna benefit from adjacencies to the resources. So will this... I don't know why the pavilion was here. Was this not here before? Maybe that wasn't there before. There would have also been okay. Rail station time. Trying to get everything all connected. I guess we'll port here. Actually, we can't invest well into the things if we port there. Let's do that. No, we're still on one factory. Pretty niche, but I'd be down. Would love to see you struggle with ships and the right amount of fuel tanks, engines, and crew. I'm waiting for the fourth. The fourth of what? It's like when you were a kid and your friend didn't want to play that game on the PlayStation. When I was a kid, like the other kid I played video games was like kind of pretty petulant about stuff. If he was bad at a video game, like relative to me, he just like didn't want to play it. Let's scout this out, I guess. I mean, in theory, we're supposed to be going for like, if any of this was close, we'd have to like play this a lot tighter here. It's not close. Tubman is allyable. Just gonna give us more yields, like a lot more yields. I think we wanted to bring this guy to Neapolis so that we could buy buildings cheaper. Because we're just going to buy the... in a row, what we need in order to do the production things. What are the differences between these? I think most of these are the same. This one gets a little bit more stuff. We're throwing up a lot of our buildings on, a lot of our growths just on wherever's already been grown. Should have built my unique district there. That was a mistake. Oh well. I think I'm building it here. Once that gets dug up. We'll choose science. I don't think that's really giving us much production, actually. That's something you have to plan ahead for. Military buildings give you production on coasts. Can't believe we weren't working that silver tile. Huge miss. Well, that changed ages ago. Is the cruisers with the Torps and Titans now Lances for a while? No idea, though. But it's not like, it's not so, like, critically important in Stellaris that you do the exact shipbuilding metagame, right? It just allows you to abuse the AI, but if you just have a bigger army than the AI, you still win, right? Because the AI doesn't, like, abuse you the way you abuse it if you don't know what you're doing, right? That's kind of how it always felt in Stellaris. I don't think we ever pushed the difficulty so far, but, like, we just had more stuff, and we were able to win that way when we played it. I suppose this was metagames ago, so maybe it doesn't even, like, apply or is, like, a coherent kind of way of thinking about it. We could upgrade this to city. I think we're content to just let this be a farming town. But this is... yeah, this is actually just hard fishing. So why is this growing? Is it the Dogo Onsen bug? New citizen in 4 turns. We'll see if it updates next turn. Because I feel like towns grow, but they grow slower, but someone's telling me that they don't grow, which was my initial impression. But this might just be the bug that, yeah, this is just the bug that every place grows with Dogo Onsen, which I think is why we thought that they grew. Because the Dogo Onsen bug, like, as a confounding variable. So Red Fort will be pretty good. We could also cancel the Red Fort and use it to build over all of our stuff. So that we can push more specialists. We want to do the port here so that we can bridge our way out the other way. I think T is science, yeah. I wonder how many railway points we're getting. Probably not enough to do anything substantive. Getting 0 ideology points though. Yo. I think we'll come in here. Yeah, at the end of the day, bigger's better. Love the Stellaris OST though. The whole thing slaps hard. That's true. I've actually thought about just playing Vic 3 with Stellaris OST. We're kind of on board with that. Which settlement am I in? I mean, I could stand on the gold and know that I'm starting a trade with the gold spot. We're doing this to try and make him happy with us again so we can re-ally him up. There we go. We might just look to end pretty quick here. If we just push the turns ahead, rather than selecting everything to build and all this, we can just kind of complete a lot faster.
Anything at Oxford, socialism does not mean much more.
There we go. Launching time. Alright, so I think we could do launch satellite here. And then let's find a place with a lot of construction. Is that 162? That seems like a lot. Oh, 210 though. And so can you without nope, you need in order to break the sound barrier, you need An aerodome. And then you can break the sound barrier there. Okay. And then we probably can just end turn 5 turns in a row and or like 10 turns in a row and just win. Maybe we pull it, just win fast. Or try and play properly. Victory OST is fine. Victory OST is... I like Victory's OST. I've heard it for over 3,000 hours. So... well, I do like it. The day that we did Kevin MacLeod, when we were playing Civ 6, because for whatever reason Civ 6 has copyright music, that was pretty... that felt pretty nice. Oh, we already worked that one up. This one's gonna play... it's gonna be nice over there. Can't go factory, won't go factory, I guess. Maybe we just don't have a flat slot or something like this. It's 50-50 between win fast and play properly with 4 votes. Let's check how many on Twitch, actually. Usually there's not as many on Twitch, but yeah. Sorry, Twitch viewers, there's only 8 of you. YouTube chat will decide your fate. Insult to injury with that one. I think we'll do that. Tub bin? Tubman, please. Alright, so we have here a bit of an interesting point. Man, I'm still stuck on the Mahmoud guy and trying to think if he's actually a Russian troll or just saying that he's a Russian troll and he's just a kid. I mean, he's trolled us in the middle of the week on a weekday, so I guess maybe the story checks out. I mean, he certainly behaves like, I don't know. It might not matter from our perspective. Buildings of Wonder Production's kind of also okay. just a very peaceful age here. I suppose the fact that we've banned him now, like, at least 8 times is an indication that if he is a kid, he's a very enterprising one. In terms of how many accounts he committed to make, like, anywhere for, like, quite some time ago. And they're not all the same age, which maybe implies it's not a thing. I'm trying to remember the first time he came around, though. Because that wasn't right after the Ukraine stream. The initial salvo or whatever. You got in deep, rent-free. Yeah, Fine Crisis. Fine Crisis trying to needle. Bit of a classic.
Endless wonder at slow waters, quiet in frozen.
When are you gonna play Imperator Carthage?
Shimmering with frost.
We played it a little bit. I mean, we might play it for March 15th. I don't know if Lathe is gonna go hard in the paint again on that.
Just as the rain breaks through and the tower can live on itself, the well-being.
He might. He pushed it last year. He tried to get a bunch of content creators. I haven't seen any rumblings of it, though, and it's already March. So my guess is he's not doing that, but we might play for the Ides anyways. Maybe we're supposed to play on the, like, day of the Battle of Cannae, though. For Imperator Carthage. Let's see what people are... It's still 50-50 between win fast and win... Because once we're winning fast, we're winning fast. Versus playing properly. But a lot of this just feels like assigning specialists when we know what the outcome's going to be. A lot of specialists to be assigned, man. I think we can upgrade this to city now. And go for a factory we could already just build. We want to slap it down between resources. Here's going to be great because there's 3 adjacents, so... Nice. We've already done the thing that is factory adjacent, though. Yeah. What if I was Mahmoud and then it turned out we're both AI chatbots messing around? I mean, his tone has been consistent. So it'd be very strange for the person responsible, if it's just one person or a series thing, to simultaneously have a consistent tone across a bunch of different accounts, but just have a different tone for one different account. That just seems like really... I mean, it's not like it's impossible or anything, it just seems like a weird approach. I'm not sure what the reasoning would be. I mean, that's not what you asked. You asked what if. I don't know. I don't think it would mean anything. Did they say Carthage is coming in the next patch? Oh, that's what you meant on the 4th. Yeah, we're just gonna play. We're gonna spam Carthage. It's gonna be hot. You're right. Yeah, we're coming up on it though, in terms of the victory here. There hasn't been, other than I think maybe the first one we played. Actually, I think every single Modern Age we failed has just felt super, super soft. Um, I'm not sure we win our first time around in the modern age if we're not on like on Deity or something like, but I think we go here. Gonna get some adjacencies. Yeah. And that will refund us and allow us to specialist up. And start pushing those. I'm just gonna sleep him up. So we got 2 turns on the... Wait, Axum's building a lab. Why is that? Were we launching satellite here? Oh, this is the bugged UI. It says we're building something other than what we're building. So this is building a lab, but it's not really. And this is building an Oxford University, but it's not really. It's building break sound barrier. God. I was like, that doesn't... We don't remember it like that. We didn't. You gonna win with nukes? Nah, we're just gonna win with science. We're gonna blind her with science. People are kind of saying win fast, because it is... Yeah, it's fairly straightforward on the win part. Like, a lot of it is just snowballing early on. So... let's maybe take a quick save in case it, like, matters to us that we're gonna win fast. And we're gonna win on, like, turn 35 or something. Incidentally, how close are we to the culture victory? Maybe the culture victory is even faster. We need 15. Yeah, so we're not that close to 5 more. Pinch of salt, not like this. So we're just gonna force end the turn.
It is not from...
I think we get points for future civicing, so we're kind of into doing that. We have 2 wildcard points. I think we just want them all going into this.
The world is the place we prove real by dying.
So we did do the satellite launch as well. Then Axum. Wait, what else do we need to do? Bro, we completed the launch satellite project. Just kidding. We didn't complete the fake launch satellite, actually Oxford University project.
If I cannot inspire love,
We do want to go future civic. Here we have it. Victory unlocked. Incidentally, milestone complete. And then 5 turns. In case this gives us more yields, it's all yields, I think. I assume that includes production. Tubman's not a fan anymore. Opposed ideologies, fair. Is that why he's banned? Yes, yeah. Jones, do you ever do any tabletop gaming, be it RPG or war games? We played RPGs when I was a kid. I played a bit with my brother. Jose Raul must be liking us because doing things. And then I also play Lord of the Rings, or used to play some of the Lord of the Rings, like strategy battle game. Could show one of our figurines here. I'm not sure how well it'll show up. We probably need to make this a little bit bigger. So here's our Gilgalad. I'm gonna need to like that we had painted up. We didn't base him though. This is just the quickest model we could grab. Lord of the Rings. No, it's not focusing right. Not focusing that well. But it's generally kind of a little bit hard to find games though. Because I kind of like playing with my friends and I don't really like playing with randos. And a lot of my IRL friends like moved away. Or at least the ones that played. So. Or I guess when I see them, we kind of just do different stuff too. So, there's that. Yeah, 2 turns, guys. But yeah, I mean, could theory craft lists, except none of it will mean anything. I also play Magic the Gathering. Could talk through our Magic the Gathering like Xyrus EDH list. We're about to win here. Lord of the Rings Games Workshop? Yeah, it's Games Workshop. So like 40k of Lord of the Rings. For those of you who don't know what I'm talking about. I was more in the list building and the theory crafting than I was the actual painting, so I have a lot of unpainted models, but I think everyone who played that type of stuff has a lot of unpainted models.
A pale blue dot floats lonely in a void. The shackles of
So we'll end the poll, because Win Fast was victorious.
Possibilities to such a vantage point open.
Random can be really great or a total nightmare. Random on what? Wait, what? We talked about Magic the Gathering, we talked about Lord of the Rings. We do get a victory with her, though. Not like a flawless victory. So we're only going to get up to level 6 on her. That's still pretty solid. We quad goldened the last age, but it's like, it's gratuitous to like, it feels like to push that in the final age. We could have played like another 2 hours and quadded the final age, but I don't know. That seems like maybe we should try and play a little faster. Love me some Commander, never try Standard. I like the deck building. Yeah, I mean, I guess we could talk about it. I was planning on streaming a little while longer anyway. We could either do that or do some Civ stuff. I think people would probably prefer the Civ stuff. Victoria Terminus requires not having state atheism? That's so dumb. Wait, it does? That's crazy. Does it tell you? Is that like, so in order to find Byzantium as Greece, you have to be a monarchy, but it doesn't say in the tooltip that you have to be a monarchy until you're off of monarchy. It's one of those things that's like really obnoxious. The list of people who we haven't played yet is dwindling. It is dwindling. You know, after playing Axum, and kind of valuing the gold per age for each resource assigned to cities, or each... So Axum, 2 gold on resources. This actually, we didn't realize how good this was, and it kind of like snuck up on us, but I actually think that that's pretty good. So Mina Axum would just generate a lot of gold really early on. Because the gold effectively allows you to push cities faster, which is good because production is better than gold, generally speaking, by a pretty big margin, and your towns, that's what you get by upgrading them into cities. You get to start transmuting what was your gold into production. Oh, playing with random people? Yeah. Gotcha, yeah. Especially for a game that's like supposed to take like an hour and a half or something, or an hour, it's like really... Random people for EDH is super insufferable too. There's some like... generally speaking, in the nerdy hobbies, there are a lot of people who are not that socially well adjusted. There are a lot of people who are socially well adjusted, but when you roll the random people who are just like not very well adjusted socially, it's just like it's generally... I mean, what you do is you just like focus on the game more as much as you can, but sometimes they're like disruptive to that like endeavor. It didn't say until I went to build it in the States, so not until after having researched pneumatic tools. Yeah, no, that's just like the Grease thing. It's like bad UI. So also, we are going to be doing a tier list sometime soon for every civ. The only one we haven't played with yet is Persia and also Khmer. And we were going to do just I think next stream, we're going to start one as Persia. And we'll have to decide who we want to play as Persia, but I think Xerxes just like, it's flavor win, right? So we can maybe just like play a little bit of a start. And then I think we're going to do a video where we do Khmer with Ben Franklin, because I have an idea around that, and I think that that'd be cool. And then we will have played every single one of these, and we will do a review. We might run Han back, because Han was the first one we played, and we were really trying to figure stuff out, so I don't think I have a good handle on Han. And also Greece, we've kind of done several experimental starts on, but we haven't played a full age on Greece. So I'm not 100% sure how we feel about Greece. Overall, I think Meier is probably the strongest, and then Maria and Rome are like probably behind. Something like this. But let's take a quick look at what this looks like. I think that kind of unambiguously this is the strongest 2 mementos for like every single start. Or if it's not this, then this is like, it's hard for this to be bad. So we'll just take a quick look at this. A big reason we played Himiko was to get the science version of the card, or the memento that we just showed, the food one. We'll slot over it really quick. Starting with initiative is kind of nice. I think that's one of the better promotions anyways. Yikes, this looks like a kind of bad roll. But with Himiko, we got the science version of this. It's gain 50 science when you spend an attribute point on the science tree. Tundra's kind of alright in general, because the culture's kind of nice. Maybe we don't start at one. We can show what we're talking about, though. So, what I was thinking is that Ben Franklin... Nothing about Ben Franklin specifically, although slightly Ben Franklin. Ben Franklin Khmer as a start. We'll explain it. I don't think anyone's going to poach my video thing for ideas. But I was thinking that this on Ben Franklin, on Khmer specifically, would maybe almost be as good as Golden Sapphire Flowers plus Groma. For a couple of reasons.
A game of strategy is not idle amusement.
But he gets science from production buildings, which includes the first initial salvo of production buildings. And these guys, districts on rivers, do not remove the natural yield of the tile. Makes building a production building earlier a little bit better. So I was thinking that Franklin on Khmer it was a bit of an interesting one. We have to double check something here anyways before we do our thing. Hate playing Commander when you have a deck worth $20 and they pull out a deck worth $2,000. Me and my friends play with proxies. And they go on and on about how they won. No shit, you won, dude. Yeah, that's an example of playing with people who are not that socially well-adjusted. Like, it's just about them winning. Or, like, they can't understand the meta context, which is, like, they won because they had good cards. Which is very common. We'll just save this just in case this starts like insane. You can see I have a couple of Franklin saves locked in, but the idea here is that we can build production buildings over this and gain super mega yields. We can found the city right now, and then I'm pretty sure we can burn this right now and it overflows. The science overflows to the next one. So we get +1 science. And the idea is this overall scales better than this. But snowballing and getting the settlers faster, I just think is like worth more. I don't think this starts as good as the one where you instantly go to like size 4 pop. Like, I think that's just too strong and open. We are going to want to grab like camps here. So we're going to camps and woodcutters, because we are going to get woodcutters out to here. And we also want to build a saw pit. So we're going to go, instead of going double scout into settler, which is kind of what you get with the Groma start, we're going to go double scout into saw pit, into settler, roughly speaking. And it overall just doesn't feel as good. But so we're going to go this into the... we could do this into this. Into brick this with saw pit. I think I like that a little bit better because I think I like getting the food a little bit earlier. But one of the advantages of doing this start is that the goodie huts are quite a lot better overall if you can roll food in them and have that food be useful. If you do the start where we gain +50 science, so that's why we're about to complete this, like right now. If you do the start like that, then we also probably have to try and roll the correct start. But if we roll something for food, it's considerably better. It's considerably better to just grab food in your first couple rolls. And that offsets how useful the +100 food start is. Like, if we had gotten +20 food here, we would have a growth and then a growth, and then we'd kind of be off on our way.
The cage.
I think we're going to go for pottery, because we are going to have 2 plantations. But you can see here, like, we're having a much more explosive start from the science perspective. We probably should have grabbed this tile first, because it's worth more yields. But we'll do this. And then, actually, no, the saw pit, that's exactly it. Our saw pit gets to brick this, but since we are playing this other race, since we are playing Khmer, districts do not remove the natural yields. That means we get to keep this yield here when we do eventually build the saw pit. And we had planned on doing this to brick the farm. We'll bring this up and then back down. So the farm is bricked. Right? Which lets us instead work one of these tiles. Just as soon as we finish that. So we're not getting the food anymore, but we are going to go here. And then from here... Ooh, this is kind of seeing nice settles. We do want to settle on rivers, generally speaking, as Khmer. Lafayette. S'il vous plaît. Indeed. When I play with my friends, we play budget decks and plane chase, which helps to balance the decks. Yeah, I like the... some of the elements which I like 3v3 for balance helps make EDH balanced as well. Like the fact that you're going to be like playing against each other and like going after the biggest person generally, or the threat of the table helps to balance out the game of some. But now with our opener, like we would be size 5 and working on our settler right now if we went the other start, the food plus the Groma start, the Groma plus the other one that gives you 100 food for doing an expansionist card. But this science card is going to scale a little bit better than this production towards settlers will, like, afterwards. And also, with Ben Franklin specifically, we don't have the ability to get a bunch of... he's diplomatic scientific. I think Khmer is something else in scientific, so we're not going to get a bunch of expansionist attribute things. Also, the expansionist attribute things just aren't very good. So we're going to do that. They aren't very good early on. Or, they're kind of okay. Sorry, getting 100 food in the capital is pretty useless as time goes on. Versus getting 50 science is going to be relatively good throughout the age. I think we come here, because we'll be able to move twice next turn, and then we look around. Because your movement ends when you grab up the goodie hut. We see there's another one down here and another one over here. It's possible you even want to go triple scout in this open. It might depend a little bit. But we're getting much faster on the science. So unfortunately, no, we're good. And this is going to grow to size 4. Unfortunately, we haven't gotten a goodie hut that gives food. So that is a bit unfortunate. I think we're not going to come here because we don't have any mines. So I think we go writing. We are getting like a decent chunk of science here. But also we will finish our production building first. Oh, okay, perfect. This is what we were talking about. The flat food gets worse the more of it you've gotten. For us, for here, this means that after we finish our production building, we're probably going to be in on the settler, because we have the growth right now. And we're going to grab this in a somewhat immediate sense, and then... we'll grab that. Oh no. I guess we're going that way now. And we're going to have nice buildings to build after the settler because we're all already going to have writing. But the thing is we would now be working on our second settler with the other start, right? We would have 2 scouts, we'd be working on our second settler, we'd be looking for a place to settle, so this is the unfortunate problem. Oligarchy's not terrible, like, for this very early turn, but I think that generally Classical Republic is kind of good. I think we're going to go production here. Okay, so we do gain an extra pop because we finished this saw pit. So now we are 5 pop. So now we can go for the settler. So we're like 1 settler behind on terms of production. And we also would be, I guess maybe not for all starts, but with a more optimized start, we would be producing the settlers a little bit faster. So on turn 12, instead of having working on a second settler. We're now working on our first settler. But the flip side is we have more tech, and our tiles overall are going to get stronger, or be stronger. And if we look at yields, we are getting quite a bit from this because we're Burma. And in a normal Groma plus food start, what you don't get is you would not have this building here, the saw pit or whatever, which is allowing you to have more production. But you're getting more production towards settlers anyways. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's interesting. I think it doesn't feel hyper terrible, but I still think the other start's probably better. But here, every time we get food, though, it tends to be a lot better as a thing. So now we get the option to go for like a 3-1 tile here, or a 2-1-1. I think we looked for the 3-1 here. Generally preferring production. The problem is we're not going to brick this tile anytime soon. So maybe it's not as good as just going for this. Does this production towards training units, does it count for settlers? We have 3 turns and that's our current progress bar. It does count towards settlers. So I guess that's going to be good for us there. But you get that with the expansion Groma thing early on. But after this period of time, I think the science opener with this is Ben Franklin, because we're a science guy on a science nation. We will be able to get more science attribute points. And when we get Dotaku multiple times, it's way better than getting the other thing multiple times. That gives a bunch of food, that gives 100 food. It's kind of the thinking here behind this. But they're getting out their settlers before us, which normally doesn't happen if you do the other start. It's probably just not as good, but we'll just normal greet her. I think we're gonna play till the second settler. We'll see what turn it's on. We're hitting this either way. We almost want to forward settle in for the sheep. I don't know if that's correct. We kind of don't see another settle spot we're super enamored with. We know we want to settle on the rivers. I guess we're just going to come this way because we know we want to settle on rivers in general, and maybe we settle right here and look to grab the sheep out from under him. That's probably not right. We just want to play until we produce 2 settlers, though, anyways, so it doesn't matter too much. And then we go second settler, and it's going to be 5 turns, so on turn 20, we have 2 settlers instead of turn 16, so you're just behind a bit. And it's is it worth it? It's the thing is following that, we get to go immediately into a library. Here would have been okay, because cotton's really good early on. Maybe we settle right there. I think we save up to buy in the town right here. We work this tile, buy, grab. Crossing there is probably unnecessary.
There is another world, but it is in this one.
I think this is the settle. Nice. We get rewarded with iron over there. And then we work this. But soon we buy, on top of that, something else. Do we hate granary? I'm not sure if we hate granary or not. We're gonna see if she sends us a research collaboration instead of us immediately going for one on her. So 2 turns to growth. And now we can build an altar, which we're kind of into. And we can build an altar on here, and this will give us the food tiles, or the food here as well. And it's not that great an adjacency spot for other things. I think that's the play, because it's going to give us the plus food as well. And the fact that food is more readily available to us with these guys does make this start maybe a little bit better. But we want to settle rivers really aggressively, so... One more turn. Oh, we were already on 22. This was the plan. Alright, but for here, what we were planning on doing here is, we know that we're gonna have plantation, pasture. So I was thinking, even though we don't long-term super love granaries, it doesn't have an upkeep, but we buy a tile here, and because this is a river tile, right, we get to keep working this, and then this... it doesn't matter what we grab here. And then we get an additional free growth here. Oh. But we get to grow out on this. And now... that town's growing really fast. Like, this... okay, this start feels like a little bit slower, but it doesn't feel awful. It does feel a little bit slower, though. I don't know. You started a new run? Yeah, no, we were just trying to... we were showing an idea that we have for a video, which is maybe a leak. Like, maybe we shouldn't be showing it, but... the idea is that I think that... before we go, because I'll just explain it to you, Ultra Weed, before we go here. But the idea is that for the memento start, I think the +1 expansion attribute point and plus 100 food when you use an expansion attribute point, I just think that's probably the strongest start for like almost everyone. And I was thinking that a counterexample where doing something else feels at least pretty solid is doing the same type of thing, but with science, specifically with Ben Franklin in the Chimera, because Ben Franklin gets some juice on production buildings, so early production buildings are a little bit better for him. And then also, and so what you end up doing is you don't get the food immediately, so you don't get to grow to size 5 extremely quickly, but instead you go scout, scout, production building, settler, settler, instead of scout, scout, possibly need to waste a turn, settler, settler. or scout, scout, settler, settler if you have a strong enough start. And I think that is interesting, but Khmer specifically makes the districts on rivers do not remove the natural yield of tiles. So when we build a production building on a river, it gets to both like have your cake and eat it too. This production building is giving us additional food as well, so we kind of catch up to some extent, as the time goes on. But the problem is our settles are just like 4 turns later. But so it's not as explosive. But the idea was that if you're playing as Ben Franklin, you're going to get more science attribute points. And maybe this scales better than food, because 100 flat food eventually falls off really hard in the early age, but the 50 science doesn't really fall off. Or it doesn't fall off as hard, because increases in cost for science is linear, whereas the increase in cost for food is exponential. So with that in mind, I was thinking that this just doesn't fall off as hard, and Khmer catches up on food pretty strongly because they have some food advantages. And while I think Khmer is probably not very good, the combination of Ben Franklin and Khmer seems somewhat reasonable for making the absolute strongest start not be the food plus expo idea. Well, that was my thought process. Yeah. Something like that. But anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed. I think we'll see if anyone else is streaming Civ 7 that we recognize. No, not really. Royal Victoria 3. Let's check. Victoria 3 we kind of understand a little bit better. There's 13 viewers for Vic 3. Some 10 random. I think we rated him yesterday. He's playing Sokoto, which I think is kind of an interesting run. I think he's trying to unify Sokoto, so why don't we raid him and also link his thing to the YouTube. So we'll give him a little bit of a look. So raid. Something like this. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed. Bye now. And bye to the Twitch people. Bye.